Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a spooky Play Dicely stream. You are here this evening to witness episode 37 of the Play Dicely campaign, and I am dressed like a pirate. But I, of course, am not here alone, because you can't really do Dungeons & Dragons on your own. I mean, you could, but it'd be very lonely. So, as per the norm, I am joined by my cast and collection of friends. Good evening to the lot of you.
Good
Whoa.
evening.
Jenny, by the way, I believe that's called writing a book. Oh, also.
Sorry to any authors I might know.
Ooh,
Cool,
that
I
is
was just thinking about you guys.
music.
Yes.
Oh yeah, just noticed that. It's great.
I mean, it's not like any of us are terrifying by any means, but hello.
Ryan's kind of spooky.
Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, the
Ryan and
the
Logan.
bottom half.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself,
are-
Jenny.
Who are your masters?
Ew.
All right. Well, I suppose we can begin making our way into tonight's session with a few announcements, which we don't have a ton. Mostly from me. You may very well notice that Anthony's all alone at the top over here. That's because we are down one Adam today, who is consequently, he is made up of many Adams, which is kind of funny if you think about it.
Really makes
Three
you think.
atoms in a trench coat.
That's my thing.
This isn't really even on my list of announcements to make, but our friends over at Dungeon Select and Level Select, all of them as a crew, typically around this time of the year, a whole lot of them do a bunch of streams for charity, and I believe the organization that they're raising funds for this year is Special Effect, which is a charity that helps gamers with disabilities kind of overcome that so they too can game. And this is a worldwide help, but based in the UK. And another reason for me to bring that up, I mean, also, you should go follow those channels, and I'm going to throw some shout-outs into the chat here. There we go. And another reason for me to kind of put this out there is around this time last year, I had the pleasure of joining one of their charity streams, which was a one-shot of a Witcher D&D game. And it might very well be that part 2 is coming sometime next month. So I will give more details when I have those available, but I might have a chance to return to the screen as a Witcher, which was a lot of fun. So look forward to more of that. I am a Witcher. For one day of the year, though. Just
Honestly,
like
it's a
I'm a
pretty good
pirate.
gig.
One day of the year, yeah. Hey, Astaris Bjorn, thank you for the follow.
Oh
And
my god, I
What a
love
good
that.
name.
Nice.
Sports fans. Damn, what an entrance. Thank you for being here. I'm going to pass it over to Gideon here. Gideon. I keep calling you your character. I'm going to pass it over to Ryan.
It's me. Sorry, this meat puppet. Ryan, I have a duty to fulfill, don't I? There is one on the internet known as Timothy, who runs a website known as Tabletop Audio, Yes, and he sells music on the internet for you to use in your D&D games. So, if you're interested in such things, be sure to give him your monetary rewards for his meager services, and then perhaps you will enjoy some wonderful music in your games. I believe that's all I have to say for this. Yes, I'm following this. Never mind.
Well, thank you, Ryan, for that shout out to Tabletop Audio. I'm going to throw a link in the chat right now. You can go check out his channel yourself his website, his Patreon. Go support him. And the music you're hearing, it's all tabletop audio. And Christy with the follower thanks.
Oh, hey, what's up? Well, we just got a really fun one, which is a Stars Bjorn, Elowin's favorite follower. But we also got Booty was taken. I don't know how it. Yeah, sure. And then Monsieur, I want to say Target because it should be Target, I'm thinking, but like because you started with a French thing, I feel like it should be Monsieur Target. And that's my decision on your username. And that's it. So thank you all lovely people for joining us.
I think Bowdy was taken, I think is that name there. Actually, a friend
not
of
Booty.
a friend. Yeah. Not Booty. I am quite
Interesting.
knowledgeable in that field. Take that as you will. I'm going to give one more shout out to our friend of the channel and also part of that Dungeon Select crew, Laura K483, who earlier today was streaming her Dungeons & Dragons game, which Bowdy is a member of, or a player in that game. So also head over to her channel and follow her. She does a lot of multidisciplinary games and also Dungeons & Dragons. She's a great person. But for us here in the meantime, we are streaming right now and we are going to play some Dungeons & Dragons. And how would you guys like to do that?
Let's do it.
Yes.
Successfully.
Yes.
Without dying.
I want to win.
Yeah,
We want to
without
win D&D.
Denny.
death.
Yeah, can I win, please? That would be really
Today, the day we win.
That's up to you guys.
Oh, I don't
shit,
like
the
that.
glasses are off.
Oh,
boy.
no.
Uh-oh. He's getting serious.
It's going off too. Let's go, Danny.
Oh, God.
Good evening, everyone. So, where we last left off, the Seekers were freshly teleported out of the basement workshop of defected Arcanet Didact Cadway Finewhistle, and the party informs the Arcanet and the Learned Circle of this new information. The remainder of their day was spent on gear commissions and a visit to the magical prank shop known as Pester Digitations, and then they reconvened at their inn. Once there, Elwyn revealed that the entity that had cursed her has potential connections to the Void, which entangles and threatens Azariah due to their own Void nature. And then, a surprise visit by Charity Cozybug, the Grand Arcanist of the Arcanet Institute, and a powerful wizard. She updates the party on the potential trade with the Archdruid Shisumi back from the Druid Enclave in the middle of the Smoky Gulf. There is a deal underway to complete the trainway. And then afterward, privately, with Abe, reconnects with him after getting what he learned from the journal she'd gifted him about his previous life as Pascalis the Brave. There are a few more conversations that happen during the night, but I highly recommend just watching the previous session to catch all those. I'm not going to dwell too much on that. The Seekers then plan to head out to Nell's home village of Varmhall. With what seems to be a blessing of good weather and fast travel, the Seekers hit the road with good speed. Running into some travelers on the road, the party learns that folks have begun migrating to Balesville from other settlements and cities. Gideon reaches out to its parents and Monty, his best friend from childhood, via Drax sending spells. As the party nears the Saffronis Forest, which is Azariah's original home, Azariah too reaches out to siblings via Drac and his sending services. Expecting their sister to be in the Wilder, Azariah is surprised to hear that their sister and brother and father are in fact all in Varmhall village ahead of them. Azariah's excitement at this reunion is made quite evident. The party, after a few days' travel, eventually arrives in Varmhall village, and the party is greeted by a somber tone, which is quickly broken by Nell's brother Finn, who greets them. Bringing Nell and the party to the main community building at the village center, Finn pries the nails sealing the door shut, and inside reveals a tableau of Varmhall villagers, most of them Nell's family seemingly frozen in place. Nell proceeds to read the scroll of dispel magic that Charity had given her, and much to her own surprise, the magic takes. The spell is broken, and Nell's family and community members begin to move once more. So that is where we now join the party. They are, after the dispelling of Nell's magic in Varmhall's community longhouse, where many of the village's residents have no idea how long they've been there. Now, your sister has you at arm's length now after you had just told her that you're older than her?
I think I have a lot to explain. And I look around towards my dad.
The individual who is this like dark brown skin-toned elf and a lot shorter than many of your other family members stands out quite amongst the crowd.
If I can catch his eye, I just say to him, Dad, I think we need to have a conversation. I think there's a lot that we both need to explain.
So as you kind of get his attention and say this to him, a lot of people are now coming up the plateau to the longhouse, are just running in and hugging people. And like the people who are already in here are like terribly confused. Like your Aunt Nerwin comes in and runs up to whom a lot of the other party members just see as a Goliath woman in a like long white robe with like what's like a shawl of a burnt orange color, and just like embraces her, and like just a lot of one-sided reunions in a way. It's a very strange thing to witness. And your father says back to you, "But what happened?"
It's a long story. And I'm happy to tell it.
Well, I mean, well, hold on. There's a lot happening, but we should. And your mother pipes in. She's one of the taller Goliaths in the room. Not as tall as Amdus, but she is definitely over 7 foot tall. And she is this Amazon of a woman, just muscles rippling, and this braided hair, similar in a fashion to Nell's, but she doesn't have the top knot. But she does have this like tattoo across her forehead, this knot, which in the center of her head, there is the symbol of Fyra. Right. Well, I mean, you all just graduated, so we should celebrate as per the norm. Perhaps we could talk over it over dinner.
Things haven't really happened the way that you might have thought. I don't even know where to start. It's
your Aunt Nerwin, a dwarf, the dwarf that many of the party had met in the previous session. She's like, "Oh, we should do a dinner though. Absolutely. Hold on, I'm gonna go organize some people," and she books it out of the longhouse.
I think Nell's just looking around like wildly, like she doesn't know how to control this situation with everyone so confused.
Runa kind of takes you by the shoulders and brings you to a bench. Sit down. Down.
Okay. I just need everyone to be organized, and I can say everything, but the graduation didn't really happen right, and I can explain everything.
A few people who had begun to migrate out the door kind of slow their step and turn back. What is everyone else doing right now?
I think
Standing there awkwardly.
Yeah, we don't know
Yeah.
what to do. Everyone else is just like in the corner.
I think Drac will actually walk up to Nell and Runa and say, "Oh, hello. By the way, I'm Dracul. I think you got
You're
a message from me.
The voice I heard.
I'm the voice. That's me."
Well, yeah, I mean, weird. Why did you send a message? That was like not even a minute ago.
Nell, I think.
Also, where
maybe
did you
from-
meet him?
There's a lot. Nell, I think maybe we let them continue business as usual, and then at the dinner we could explain everything.
I think I try to look over at my mom to see like to get her guidance.
She comes over, still baby in one arm, and just kneels down to you, puts a hand on your shoulder. Perhaps we can let everyone clear, and you can talk. We can talk here first, and then we'll.
Everyone that was at the ceremony should stay. I want to be the one that explains it to them.
And you say that, and like a bunch of your other family members are just like, all right, hold it. We got something's going on. We got to just wait. If everyone could have a seat. And everyone goes back to sitting where they were. Quite a few like murmurings and confusion, and the paladins of your year go back up on stage, and Bruna just like kind of shrugs and goes back up there too. Do you want to stare, or?
Why don't you just sit with everyone else, maybe?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry that
and she goes to get the other two, and we're gonna go sit.
Like trembling, Nell will go to the front of the room, where for everyone else, like the ceremony just concluded, and she'll just kind of take in the faces of all of her family and friends. I don't really know the best place to start, but I guess perhaps not sugarcoating it. The graduation ceremony didn't just conclude the way you guys remember. It started 2 months ago. And I know that's probably really jarring. So I don't think you guys actually have any memory of it at all, but 2 months ago, when we were trying to cast our spells right at the end, I did cast a spell, but not the one I was supposed to, and I froze all of you guys in time, and it's been 2 months, and that's where all these people are from. They're my friends. I've met them out on the road, and they helped me get back here and helped me figure out how to fix it. And you're muted.
People are getting restless in their seats, and they're looking in the direction of the people you're referring to.
And I can't explain everything about how it happened, or why. I think another conversation needs to happen first, and I kind of might glance over towards my dad. But yeah, that's basically it. I'm really sorry. And Nell just starts kind of crying a little. I don't really know what else to say. I can answer questions.
A Goliath member, not of your family, steps up in the back. So, when you say 2 months, now whatever just happened, it was like, I don't know, just a lot of stuff happened, just really weird just a few seconds ago. Hey, how?
Right. I don't know the specifics of how the magic works, but it was a spell that's meant to only slow for a little bit, but it was amplified, and it slowed you guys a lot more, and so there's a chance that you just saw everything happen really quickly, and maybe you can't really...
Is the village okay?
I think so. I look over at Narwin and Finn. Right? Has it been okay?
Narwin's gone organizing.
Damn it.
But Finn's like,
towards Finn. Words, Finn, would be really helpful. Oh, okay.
Perhaps there will be, when the dinner is ready, perhaps we will have more announcements for the community then. And
Well, that's promising.
Finn just like head down, like walks between all the seats. Are you sure you want to do this? Like,
What am I supposed to be doing if not this?
okay. So he puts an arm around you and puts his hand up in the air. So something weird happened. Which weird things happen, right? And clearly, Nell's got talent she wasn't aware of, which is great. And I think what she's coming down to is she's saying she's sorry.
Of course, I already said that. I'm extremely sorry. I didn't. It was not something that was intentional, and I tried my best to figure out how to fix it, and it worked. So there's that.
Okay, is the food ready?
I don't know.
Your aunt in the white robe stands up and comes to you as well. Are you okay?
Yeah. Now that you guys aren't all frozen, I'm doing really well, actually.
She gives you a hug. And Finn joins the hug. Your mother and your father come up and join the hug. Your younger brother Evan comes up and joins the hug. Your graduating paladins come up and join the hug, and eventually everyone's just getting up out of their seats. And just this huge collection of people, arms on shoulders, and just you are surrounded in warmth.
Should we join the hug too, guys? Is this...
This
should we
is a
just let
family
them?
thing.
I think it's a family thing.
Them thing, right?
I had the same thought though.
Okay.
And your aunt then says, "Are you good?
Good.
We're gonna be
Thank you.
okay."
Yeah. I can explain in more a little bit, but I didn't want to overwhelm everyone.
Well, well, perhaps I'll just turn to my sister on guidance for this one. Solvi, perhaps if you want to disband and we'll reconvene everybody. And your mom just kind of like breaks up the hug, throws her hands in the air. All right, everyone, go ahead and you can go about your day. We'll gather for the dinner. And perhaps it sounds like maybe you should talk to your families if they weren't here. And then if you have any questions, you can come talk with us either before or after the dinner. And everyone's like, okay, yeah. And everybody's just, great, yeah. They collect their own family units, and a lot of people begin to leave. It's even like roughly the same time that you left on the day. It really feels like nothing to these people.
Hey, I hate that. Thanks.
So now that it's just the direct family and your party.
I think I'll gesture to one of the long tables. Maybe if everyone took a seat, I could explain a little more, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Then
And then I'll also gesture to the party. You guys, you can sit down too, please.
Go join
You're
you at the
welcome.
table.
All right.
Kind of. Yeah, I guess I will sit down. There's like hesitance there of like, "Oh, should I stay standing?" And then I'll just sit. Okay, so this is where I might need you, Dad. I think there might be some things on your end, or maybe not. But I'll just break it down. Yeah, so right, 2 months ago, I cast this time spell. Didn't know I could do that. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh no, sorry. I should start. Fire never talked to me. I never heard her. I am so sorry. And I look over at Runa. I'm so sorry. You were so excited. And we were supposed to do this together. And I never heard her. I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to mess it up for you again. And so I just pretended. And for a long time, I thought it was because of that it went wrong. I'm sorry.
it's just, there's a bit of a stunned silence in the room. Well, I mean, that's okay. You should have just, you should have talked to somebody now.
That now, it got too big, and I didn't even know where to begin. But that the night of the ceremony, I did something else that I'm really not proud of, and I just left you guys here because I didn't know what to do. I left everything to Auntie Narwin to handle, and I left. And I'm really sorry about that. But I will say that over the 2 months, I learned a lot, and I figured out what it was. I'm not just a descendant of Amma, Fyra. I have something from the Wilder in me too. Dad, does Reynard mean anything to you?
And the family.
And I'll pull my necklace out from underneath my armor and kind of show it to him.
Yeah, the family all turns to look at your dad, who's just like, wow. Yes. He was a friend of mine. Oh,
Okay.
wow. Well, I mean, I would personally rather have this talk with just the smaller family, if that's all right. But
Yep. Sorry. Well, we can get back to that. But all that to say, I have heard Alma now, but I've also heard Reynard, and they're both a part of my magic, and I can cast paladin spells, but there's always a chance that some of the wilder will come through too. And that's what happened 2 months ago. It's not something I can control, and it's always a little bit different, a little chaotic. Yeah.
Who did you sit next to now?
Runa.
So you're at the end of the table, just one person next to you?
Maybe Finn on the other side, probably. Yeah.
Runa's just kind of like sadly just like listening, not really meeting your gaze. Finn's still got his arm over your shoulder. Well, your Aunt Inga again, the one in the white robe, pipes in. Did you learn anything while you were out?
A lot. But firstly, let me introduce my friends. We're known as the Seekers of Sycamond.
Finn pipes in. Out long enough to get a name. Wow.
It's actually not our only one now, but I don't really feel comfortable talking about that part just yet. So I'll just introduce everyone first. This is Dracul. He was my first friend. He's from the Rinzar Peaks.
No.
Practically a neighbor. This is Azariah. We met down in Starcross along with Elowin and Abe and Gideon. They're all really good people. And they helped me figure this out and get back here. Also, we're trying to stop the world from exploding, or,
At that, people just begin to like chuckle a little bit.
She's not lying about that part.
That's actually true.
That's actually true.
Sorry.
The chuckles kind of die a little bit, and just like people just like looking at that end of the table like, okay, sure.
It's been a really crazy 2 months. And I look over at my parents. I get why we do things the way that we do, but I feel like there should be a preparation for how here, like, nothing happens for years, and then if you go out in the world, everything happens all at once. It's a lot. Let me tell you. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Your mother chimes in. Well, yes, it is a lot. The world is big. That is one of the challenges to meet. And she says to you in the giant tongue, my shining light, it's great that you've had the opportunity to go and grow a little. Was it what you wanted? I mean, I know that the situation sounds like definitely wasn't what you wanted, but take that out. Was any of this what you wanted?
not at the beginning, but I think it ended up that way. I really love these people. They've taught me a lot, and I wouldn't have had that if I had stayed.
And she switches back to common. You never had to be a paladin. My poor girl.
I didn't know that.
She gets up from her seat. And she stands you up. She's just gonna bear hug you. And just hands Finn the baby.
Eat. Thing is, I really do like it, though. I like having both things. I like helping, and I've had opportunities to do so, and it's just I have other stuff too. And that stuff's a bit more tricky, but it can be good sometimes. Sometimes it's not. Really depends.
Well, what is the point of being a Knight of Kindle?
To spread light. Spread Fyra's light.
You know what's wonderful about that? You don't have to be a paladin of Fyra to do that. And both of your siblings also look up to your mother. It just so happens that... And she kind of like touches next to your eye, that we've been gifted in a way to help make that more widespread. But anybody can do that. But you've still got a life of your own. And to be fair, I was never much of a summer person myself, so I'm glad we're coming up to fall very quickly. And a lot of the family just kind of begins to chuckle.
It always was my favorite.
Mine too.
That all felt pretty fitting in retrospect.
And she turns to Ayer, your father. Well, perhaps we should... If it's 2 months later, I'm going to assume that dinner happened without us, so perhaps we should go and help. And your father stands up. Yes, and he looks to you now. We will talk back at the house.
Okay.
And at that, Finn kind of like straightens up. Oh, actually, there's something I also need to add. A couple of the families left in the last 2 months, so we're down a few people in the community. But the good news is that means those houses are empty for your friends.
I just kind of lean down, whisper to Finn. Did they leave because of what I did? Because the leadership wasn't here?
I can't say for certain, but Auntie Narwin can give more information. I think that happened before, like within the last 10 days. I think I was doing something else.
Sure.
Well, let's go get dinner prep then. Everybody and all the family begins to stand up for the table.
While they were having that conversation, Denny, could I have gotten a read on, what was his name? Air?
Air? Yeah. Okay,
Air,
what do you
yeah.
want to discern?
I want to kind of gauge his reaction to hearing the name Reynard and see like how familiar, because you can always tell when someone hears a name they know how good they are at masking how well they know them.
Sure, go ahead and make an insight check.
That's gonna be a 26.
Yeah, I mean, when Nell said Reynard and her father said he was a friend, like he said that in a way that was almost like pained. Like he was putting some pieces together and was not expecting this.
Okay.
And then after putting those pieces together, you kind of saw his face settle and go, almost like he came to a realization.
Grim realization or not quite?
Not grim, just a factual realization. Like pieces have fallen into place and he understands what is.
Cause and effect type situation.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
As my family gets up to go move, Nell instinctually begins to follow after to go help with dinner.
And Runa stands up and just once again just like gives you this huge hug. You did it, Nell. You know what? I was really hoping we were going to get to travel together too, but you went without me. It's kind of I think that's good for you.
I think it was. And I think ultimately it's probably will be good for you too. You deserve
Also,
to experience this on your own without me
You don't
holding you back.
Stop. We were going to go and we were going to have an adventure. But sure, things are changing. It sounds like what you're doing is pretty important.
Stressfully so, yes. But I just want to say that I felt like you were with me the whole time. And this
I
might
missed
be
our birthday,
really...
didn't I?
You did.
Oh.
I got my first tattoo.
Oh.
I
Oh,
know.
that's so cool. Aw.
Yeah. But you might not want to read it, but I wrote every day to you, so you could know what happened. And I'll take the journal I kept that has 2 months worth of entries explaining all of our adventures, and I will hand it to her.
It'll be like I didn't even miss a day.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Oh, that's what you meant by you're older than me. No, that's
No.
no.
Yeah. Older and taller.
Well, that's just rude.
Yeah. Yeah.
For
We'll have
the
to-
party, Nell, Runa isn't like an identical twin of Nell. She is like a little bit shorter. She's got a bit of a darker skin complexion, kind of like their father. And her hair is also just like a dark brown, but they do share like the same amber colored eyes.
You'll just have to figure out something new to best me at. I mean, there already is several things that come to mind right away, but
Oh yeah, no, I'm pretty secure in having things, but I just don't. I didn't want to lose things. No.
I'm so sorry. Here, I want you to meet everyone. I'd already kind of talked about them, but like really meet them. And I'll just bring her over and just kind of like by the shoulders, just kind of shove her into the group. This is my
hi.
twin, Runa.
Hi, I'm a twin.
Heard so much about you.
Oh. Hi. Oh, wow. You're shiny. Points to Drac.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm Runa.
Gideon,
Pleasure to meet you.
nice to meet you.
Azariah, nice to meet you.
Elowen.
How do we do this?
Well, yeah, like I feel like asking like something, but then I was like, oh, that's like 2 months ago that happened.
Yeah.
I've spoken about you enough that I feel like we have a pretty good grasp about the kind of person you are.
Yeah, I guess. Honestly.
But I feel like we can always get to know each other better. Maybe at the dinner, we could sit next to each other.
Yeah, that could be nice. Yeah, I mean, change of scenery might do some good. But yeah, let's
get out of this longhouse. You've been in
yeah.
here for 2 months.
Yeah. Oh gosh, when you say it like that, oh jeez, oh no. Yeah, okay, you know what? I do feel a little bit tired.
That's fair. You've been on your feet, so.
Oh my, all right. Well, I'll probably go help with getting the dinner all prepped, and also congrats on graduating.
You too. Sorry,
Thanks.
I stole your thunder.
Never.
It's hard to do.
All right. Well, go show your friends around. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay.
And Runa makes her way out of the longhouse, leaving the group of you in there.
Hey.
How you
Yeah.
doing, friend?
You did it.
Great
Yeah.
job, Nell.
Sorry if there are a lot. There's a lot of them, and they're all big.
Yeah, your family is remarkably huge.
Yes.
Yes.
I thought I had a big family, like size-wise, but
I
you have
got-
both size and quantity.
Yeah.
Yeah, my family is tiny compared to yours.
Yes. Yeah. The Amarras are. I don't really know how to sum us up. Just big, I think, is probably the best way. Yeah.
Big
Big
family,
always.
big people.
Yes.
Oh my God, Azariah, your family. They're just in the guest house, the next one over. We should go talk to them.
I should probably go say hi.
Yeah.
Did you want us
Seemed
to
like a
come with
bigger
you,
prior-
or
Sure.
okay?
Yeah. Let's everyone meet everyone's family today.
Yeah.
Maybe, we'll find another teleport to where we want and we can just get right to the Rinzar Peak, meet your family.
Yep. And we can teleport back to Balesville and say hi to my... No, we're not going back there. I'm
Yeah. Oh, we might have to go back there.
kidding. I know. Don't remind me.
But, yeah, let's go say hi to my family. Yours has been 2 months. Mine's been 50 years since I've seen them.
Yeah.
Whew.
Always got the one up everybody, eh, Azariah?
They're 700 years old, so they're not one-upping us. I don't know what
Yeah,
they've been doing.
Everything. All I got is years on everyone.
So
And I'll, start heading over to that guest house.
fantastic. So yeah, you guys come out of the longhouse and like take a right, staying on the plateau, and Nell points out to which of the houses you're going to be going to, and it's a nice sized house. Like there are a lot of small houses in this village, and it's like this plateau is reserved for like the community gatherings building, like the houses of the leadership, and then kind of put on the same level of importance a house for guests within the village. So like this house is a little bigger than some of the average homes in this village.
As we walk towards it, I'll just be kind of chatting. Yeah, it's for any families that come in that are new, if they don't have houses ready for them yet, they stay up here. So, yeah, not that your family's gonna stay. I mean, they could. We have vacancy now, it seems. So,
I mean,
they don't have to.
Who knows? Maybe they'll want to. I'll let them know there are vacancies. Like knock on the door.
And you hear quick steps coming up to the door, and the door is quickly thrown open, and your younger sister, who is this to everyone else, I mean the physicality of them is quite similar. Like they've got the dark toned skin, like the elements of dryad along the arms, so like there's a bit of like bark like texture and vines, though unlike Azariah's hair, which is predominantly like vine and vegetation, her hair is kind of a mixture of the two. Like she's actually got hair that comes down and vines intertwined and flowers that are also in bloom, and a big smile on her face.
Just give her a hug before she says anything.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's been too long.
Yes, absolutely.
Where's
What?
the rest of the family?
Everybody's inside. Oh my gosh, you've got a big troop with you too. Hi.
Yeah, these are my friends and traveling companions, and
she
do
like comes out and like
introductions around everyone.
she comes out and just like kind of ignores you, Azariah, and starts like grabbing people by the hands and like shaking, like, it's nice to meet you. I'm Laura Leth. Hi, lovely. Well, yes, come inside. It's well, you know what? We'll talk inside. Come on.
Well,
And-
I'll follow her lead.
Nell, what is the structure of this building like?
The one building I did not think about at all. Thank you.
Well, it's probably similar to like your home, right?
Yeah, so when you first walk in, it's kind of like a multi-purpose area. So like there's a big hearth, and then kind of like an area for like a kitchen, and then also a big table for meals, but then like chairs clustered around the fire for more of a casual sitting area. And then there's probably like a door that leads to a hallway that you would assume the bedrooms are over there.
Like based on the size of this living area, like this place could accommodate like maybe 8 to 10 people. Like a large family or two could very well stay here. But inside, there's nobody else in the main living area. Once you all get in, Loreleth, your sister, Azariah's sister, says, I mean, Father's laying down, and Yelfarin's, well, he's around. I'll go grab him. And she goes to that door, opens it up, and goes into a hallway that's just beyond this room. Yelfarin! Azariah's here! Where are you? And eventually you hear some, like, doors open, and Azariah's got a lot of friends here, too. Like, oh, it's so exciting! And then Loreleth comes back out, followed by Azariah's brother, who is like a stick of a man, like a bit more gaunt. He's tall but skinny, and he's got long hair that is done up in a ponytail. And similarly to Loreleth, like it is combination hair and also vines intertwined. Also, their hair is a bit like blondie gold at the moment. As with Eladrin, changes with the seasons. And so Lorelith comes in. Ylfarin, well, you know Azariah, and these are all their friends. And he just kind of like comes into the room, and immediately you guys get the sense that he is not a social person. He just kind of like looks at you all, gives each of you a nod. Then comes over to Azariah. Doesn't even give you a hug. He's just like, "It's good to see you, sibling."
It's good to see you too. Glad you're well.
Likewise. Hopefully you're doing well.
You know,
Well.
ups and downs.
I suppose as is the nature of things. And you've collected a lot of people.
Yeah, this is Track, Nell, Alwyn, Gideon, and Abe.
He turns to Nell. So you're the one who created the locked spell on the Longhouse. Even I wasn't able to break it. Impressive.
Thank you. I guess.
Well, I assume that issue has been taken care of since, yes?
Yep, just now, actually.
Remarkable. Well,
Thanks.
I do not know what more to say. Lorelith, could you make some tea, please? Lorelith's like, yes, absolutely.
What brought you all here? Away from the wilder?
As Lorelith is like collecting herbs and like preparing a pot, she's like, Father's not in a great way at the moment. And as she's like trying to find what to say, Ylfarin pipes in. Yeah, we reckon he's about maybe a 10-day, maybe 2 at most.
Is he awake right now?
I'm not entirely certain, but you could check. Loreleth pipes
Maybe
up. Well, he hasn't been. He's been declining quite a bit, but it kind of told us he wanted to come back. And I didn't want to.
He's here.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't want to make the trip alone, and I didn't know if I could contact you, so I got a hold of brother here. So, yeah, yes, the trip was long, but we made it.
How have you been over these years? What's been new? Sorry, I didn't keep in contact. Just things were busy. It's easy to lose track of, 50-ish years when you live so long.
Well, Loreleth starts. Well, I've been keeping busy. I've kind of got a little farm of my own back in the Wilder. Just something to do, like being around animals. I've been exploring the Wilder a little bit, but mostly, the farm was mostly, I had to have something to do while I was taking care of Dad. Like, Ylfarin's been very helpful. I mean, don't get me wrong. I appreciate that you've come on the trip. He's like, Yelfarian comes in. Yes, I have been also a bit distant, spending a lot of time up in the Winter Court.
Doing what?
Well, mostly helping run things there. They are a court after all, and elves aren't exactly the most organized.
This is not wrong.
Oh, I am very well aware.
Well, I'm glad that you've had things to keep busy and that things seem to be going well at least.
Well enough, anyway. If you wish to speak with Father, you can see if he's awake. I'm sure we can keep your friends. And he slowly looks at the lot of you, entertained.
Yeah, I think it would be good to see Father. I'll, like, slowly open the door to his room.
Yeah,
Father,
so
are you awake?
Your father is he's laying in the bed. He's got this long white hair, really gaunt in his features, and however, despite the tightness of his skin to his bones, not much in the way of wrinkles. But he's laying in bed, his eyes closed, and you see the movement of his chest, his breathing. And there's a chair next to his bed.
I'll go sit down and just take one of his hands. It's Azariah. I'm sorry that I've been distant since coming to the material plane. Can you hear me?
There's a bit of an exhale. You can take it that he does hear you. Whether he understands is another thing.
I looked for Mom when I got here, but I couldn't find any signs of her. I've been keeping your book. I keep updating it. Haven't seen a lot of new plants or fauna recently, but was updating it. I was a teacher for years. I helped start towns, being able to talk with the plants and the animals to help get the agriculture running.
As you're talking, he just weakly moves a bit, and his arm comes out and rests his hand on your knee. Zephronis?
That's Mother. It's not me, it's your child.
Oh. You feel like your mother.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still trying to find her. I will.
I wish to sit under her shade.
Me too. I'm traveling with a group of friends. We were contacted by a druid. We're trying to awaken the archdruids. We found one of the enclaves.
Oh.
They told me what you and Mother did
What was that?
to create me. How you shape void energy to create me. That's why I can't use magic. Except, and I'll like use healing word on him just to like try and like ease his pain. Except there's some magic coming through.
There's an instance where he turns his head on the pillow that he's laying on and looks at you. His eyes are almost like they're looking through you. And then they focus. And a few tears fall down his face. Oh, our children are so beautiful.
He's like give his hand a little squeeze. I'm really sorry I wasn't there. It was hard seeing you like this. I think that's why I chose to leave at first. I think that's why I didn't stay in contact. I didn't try to come back. And fell behind excuses.
I'm not long anymore.
That's what my siblings were saying.
I wanted to sit beneath her shade again.
I'm sorry that I couldn't find her in time. But I think it's good that you're here.
So is she. It's nice that we were all able to get back together.
Mm-hmm.
And he just lets out a deep sigh, and almost like he's drifting out of consciousness again. Oh, I wish to sit in her shade.
Like, realizing that at this point, there's not... Seems like his, like, lucidness is falling / like, I don't think he's really aware of the exacts of what's going on right now. I just don't say anything. I just kind of, like, wait for him to, like, drift back asleep.
And he does. His breathing begins back to his gut, the diaphragm, so no thought in the breathing. It is just the natural way of sleep.
Rest well. I love you, Father. I was angry for a bit when I found out the truth, but I'm not angry anymore. When I let go of his hand and head back to the main room.
So you see there's a plant in the wilder called a burr bush, which you don't want to agitate it, as if you do, it shoots spines out in every direction. It's very, very unpleasant. And Laureleth's like, oh, but it's so, like, if you can make a good game out of it. I mean, it comes with consequences, of course, but it's fun. And after the one time we played, never again.
Like, coming, I was like, he was never one for games.
The only thing I appreciated about games is that they have rules. However, neither of you seem to agree to them.
I mean, I think if you look away and I'm able to rearrange the board fast enough, I think that's a tactical advantage.
Is
Nah,
that
call
why
it
you always
cheating.
beat me at Dragon Chess?
Oh, that is
No.
absolutely. If you've been playing Dragon Chess with them, you've been getting duped.
Azariah.
I've been playing by your weird material plane rules.
I don't know about that anymore.
It's meant to simulate war. If you aren't paying attention in war, I'm going to make advantage of that.
That is
Laura lets handed tea out at this point. And so, how is he doing? You get to talk to him.
Very little that seemed like fully be there. Mostly, I think at first he thought I was mother, and then a lot of talking about just wanting to rest under her shade.
Yeah, he said that a lot. So that's kind of what we assumed bringing him back here would be good for him.
Yeah, except mother's not here.
No.
Nothing we left behind's here.
Yelfarin once again pipes in. But isn't it great that at least somebody can make this home? I mean, we did leave after all, and we weren't quick about coming back. So, sometimes
We're
that's
at
the way
least
it
good
is.
people.
Even better.
Do you really believe that?
That
That it's
you're good people?
no, that it's okay that we're here?
Of course.
Yelfarin shrugs. Laureleth seems a little quiet on that.
What did happen to the three? To your mother? Nell, do you know?
Have I?
The three of them actually kind of like turn to you at that question. Well, I
Have I
say
put
three.
it
The two of
together?
them. I don't know if
Who's
Zarya puts
the third?
Yeah.
I've been forced to turn.
Take that.
Yeah, have I kind of put it together at this point? What I think, like, the connection between the life spring and what would have been Azariah's mother, or
I don't know. I'll leave that to you.
I'm gonna roll.
I mean, that pool of water was right in the center of the town, right?
Sure was.
Yeah. Like, I've definitely like, I'm like, I mean, it's a watering hole where mom is, or was.
So that was where she was then?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
I mean, in a similar fashion, when we were here, everything was surrounded around that tree, and now everything's surrounded about where she was.
I don't know if this helps at all, but that pool is why Varmhall exists here at all. It's the reason why, after the desolation, this is where we settled. It's not that big, but the water never runs out, and it's always perfectly clean. So I guess that's because of your mom?
I mean, she was magical and powerful, and if there's residue of that here, that would make sense. Can you see, like, from the pool, can you see to the bottom, or is it, like, super deep?
It feels like really deep.
I've got a weird request.
Hit me.
I want to see what's at the bottom of that pool.
I think I can arrange that. We don't swim in it normally, but
Well,
can.
as it was also a bit more of a... I was going to do it either way.
no, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yes, isn't that quite typical?
Yes, I would agree.
I didn't think Track would be the one to get along with you.
Neither did I.
It's really a shame that Festo's not here because I think you guys would have a lot to not talk about.
Very.
She
very
also,
well.
like... She's got, like, a little, like...
Stoic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess there's got to be at least one amongst siblings.
Yeah.
And confirm with my older brother.
Let's the rest of us be the fun ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lorelith, have you and Finn gotten along? You guys seem like evenly matched. So.
I mean, he's nice, but
No.
I haven't really been spending time talking to anybody here. Nothing personal.
Oh no, it's fine. Do I know roughly like how long it is until dinner? Like how much time we have?
I mean, like maybe a half hour, maybe an hour. It was like
Okay.
they try to prep the dinner for like the whole community, so.
Yeah, it takes a while. Cool. Yeah. Well, sorry, you're more than welcome to go swimming before dinner or after or whatever works.
Let's do it now. I don't want to sit and wait.
Okay.
If I may, how would your family feel about just an extra set of hands in the kitchen?
In this village, it's typically all hands on deck, so they're not going to turn you away.
Well, that's where I'm going to be. If you need me for anything, I'll be in the kitchen.
I think this moment is so like charming, for lack of a better word, to Nell, that like she just like impulsively like gives you a big hug before you leave.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh. Gideon happily accepts it. He goes, you did good. You did good. I'll be in the kitchen.
They're gonna boss you around, just so you know.
I've worked in kitchens before, and I wasn't the one in charge. So I know what that's like. Gideon walks out.
Farron turns his attention to Elowen. You've been quiet. I sense that something's not entirely true about you.
Much isn't true about me.
Magic at work? Are you under a disguise?
A curse,
Hiding?
in fact.
Ah. Curses.
I'm from the Wilder as well. Surprised to hear you spend so much time at the Winter Court. It's a dangerous place to be.
Well, if you understand how the order of things works up there, you can kind of play the game, so to say, and turns to Azariah. It is possible.
That was the only reason I went up there. The chess game's up there exquisite.
Hmm. Yeah, they still talk about you.
Hundreds of years with not a lot to do. It was fun making a name for myself.
I don't mean to pry, as I realize my siblings would probably give me the scoldings for being curious, but I've never let that stop me. How did you obtain your curse?
The Fear Clay Forest?
Okay. So the stranger.
Yes. You know of it?
I am aware. Well, if it's any consolation, I would personally choose cursed over dead.
Some days.
The ice bear's teeth, if you'd encountered the Veil Fae there, that certainly would have been less of a fun experience.
I've heard. I've traveled up there myself. Not
Oh,
much.
you have?
Not very far. As I said, I'm aware how dangerous it is. Is this stranger, that's something they speak of up there? Or is it
Well, I
something
mean,
you come across on your own?
No, I've never encountered them myself. The courts tend to be very well aware of the different Nock and Veil Fae, so it is at least somewhat common knowledge, if you know who to talk to.
Interesting.
Usually only as much as to avoid the forest.
What if I told you that that isn't Fae at all? That creature in there?
Oh, what does that mean?
From what I've learned, from what I've studied, I believe it's a devil. A foul Emprexy, in fact.
Fascinating.
But they don't know that. The Veil Fae in the north? They think it's one of them?
As far as I've been told. How did you come across this information?
We've been on quite an adventure. Sure, Azariah could tell you.
It's a shame you haven't gotten in touch with me sooner.
We've spoken with druids. Archdruids from the material plane here.
So, they're coming back then.
We're working
I figured.
on it.
I just figured we were slow to return, but some sort of summoning is required. He turns to Loreleth. We really didn't have a great system, did we? And Loreleth is just kind of like, I don't even know what something like that would be. Like, what would you possibly come up with? You know what? I don't even want it right now.
Also think it's, for some of them, it's not that they don't want to come back, things are preventing them. When we went to the water enclave, it wasn't like they could just hop back in the way they came. The place was corrupted.
Strange. Well, so what is your plan then? What are you to do?
Head to the next two enclaves.
And I suppose you found out where they are?
At least rough ideas.
It's great. Never been. None of us ever did. We all stuck to here.
Mm-hmm.
That's all the world was.
And then that got torn wide open.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, if you're here in the material plane for a while, if you head west of here to Ganry, might be able to, we have a friend there, who might be able to give you passage to the enclave there.
Laura Leth speaks up. Oh, could we? I would love to stop on the way back. And Yelfarin's like, I just want to get back to the Wilder. We will discuss what our plan on the return trip is.
Does he seem like he actually wants to get back to the Wilder?
Make an insight check.
I trust no one, Denny.
This is my favorite person we've ever met.
That's a natural 20 for a 29, Denny.
This guy really would rather just have stayed in the Wilder. Like,
Cool.
it's almost an inconvenience for him to be here.
Can't get more sure than that. Thank you.
Like, I couldn't even... No, just kidding.
I mean, you could split ways. I've been had years of traveling on my own. You're both capable enough of that.
This is true. Loreleth, do you mind doing it on your own? I mean, I could. So boring.
Yeah, so wouldn't your adventures be more fun without him?
You know what? You have an excellent point. Yes, they've got an excellent point. Please, don't let me bring you down.
It's... Anyways, I realize it might not interest you, brother, but I'm gonna go and see what's down at the bottom of that pool of water in the middle of town.
Yes, I think I will, in fact, remain here. So, it was fantastic meeting the lot of you. Laurel's like, well, I'm going to come down to the pool, because that sounds at least interesting. Let's go. All right.
Interested.
Enough of this stump of a brother. That's hurtful.
That's a good one. I might use that later.
And Laureleth like comes up to you. It's particularly insulting because you know our dryad heritage.
I don't think I'll use it on dryads, but I will use it on my family because that's fun.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I probably for the better. All right. Well, shall we? And she opens the door for the lot of you.
I'll head on over to the center of town.
As
Yeah.
we're
Right.
walking, I'll just sidle up to Azariah and say, Azariah, do you want any sort of magical assistance while you go down there? I could, because you
I
can.
don't know.
Can you breathe underwater? I don't remember. Sorry, it's been a while.
The armor I got upgraded, so yeah, I can breathe underwater. You can swim
like
underwater.
Maybe help looking at something. I could
Maybe.
enhance
You're
your
like-
eyes or something.
You know, that's probably useful.
Okay. I will drop concentration of enhanceability on Nell and cast enhanceability on Azariah. Azariah, do you feel like you want to look very specifically at something or more of a broader look around?
Think a broader look around.
Very well. I will grant you Owl's Wisdom. You have advantage on wisdom checks.
Nice.
What about a telepathic connection? If you're going down by yourself, it might be good for us to be able to speak.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea.
Don't want you getting stuck down there.
Just in case there's a big monster down there.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else before I jump in? So like put my bags down and everything.
No, this is gonna behave like a tour guide, kind of. Be like, well, this is the life spring or Fiorakelda, and no one's ever really dived into it, so, yeah, should be interesting.
Well-
Hopefully it's not a monster. That would be bad.
Shout if it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll scream and then, with my luck, my body will float up.
To explain to everyone there was a dead body and they're drinking water.
I mean, if this stuff has stayed inexplicably clean, I don't know if my body in it is gonna make it that much worse. With that, I jump and like dive in.
Oh, the water, it's so cool against your skin. And it feels quite vibrant. It feels filled with life. Like it is. The water is comforting to know that this space was once basically the home that tethered your mother to the material plane. Immediately you see that it really is just like this water has filled in like what used to be like a root system that stretches just vastly in many directions. But the way straight down is also quite deep. And the bottom is not quite visible.
I'll start heading towards the bottom.
You make your way towards the bottom of the pool. And it gets cold. Like, really cold. And it's such a like the change in temperature based on just how little you swam, like that's not completely natural. But based on the description of the pool, this thing isn't exactly natural in the first place. But as you swim closer to the bottom of it, like it's almost like you're swimming into darkness itself. Very bizarre. Like you figure if you were getting close to the bottom, you would get the sensation of like you're coming close to it. But instead it almost feels like you're going into it. Can I have you make an intelligence check for me? We'll make it Arcana.
Okay, and I will use my inspiration because I feel like I shouldn't fuck this one up.
Say how badly can you? I know you
29.
add a 13 to your Arcana.
Well, so as you're swimming down further, it's almost like you're coming to the wall of darkness. It's like, parts of the ocean where it's just like the material of the water is just something completely different. So it's like it's a different section of water within water. It's like that,
it's
but
so
as if
cool.
But as if it were almost like made out of like a squid's ink. Like it's just incredibly dark right in front of you.
It's unnaturally dark down here.
Do you need to come up?
I don't think so, and I'll keep going.
You go into the darkness?
I go into the darkness.
Friends, just remember Abe has a gem of brightness.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I have dark vision, and this is
Okay, never mind.
darkness, so I think...
Okay, bye.
You swim through the wall of darkness, and unlike looking in, you look back and you can see the circle of light that is the top of the pool, and you see like, the sky above is like orange and whatnot, but it's almost like the color is a bit muted, desaturated from what it was just a few moments ago. and you turn your attention back to where you were heading and continue forward. This goes deep, like real deep.
This is unnaturally deep.
And aside from the straight chute up that you could still see the light of, it's almost like you're in a vacuum of darkness now.
Like, if I try and swim towards where, like, a wall would have been, like, does it feel like I eventually do hit something, or?
You can swim in that direction, but it's almost like you're being held in place. The light above you does not move, but you can keep swimming.
This is strange.
With the 29 in Arcana that you had rolled, it gives you the like vibe of a potential way into another plane. Possibly somehow, if you could figure out how to activate it or utilize it or whatever it is, at the bottom of the pool where your mother used to sit might be a way into the realm known as Darkest Heart.
Does that name mean anything to me?
It's kind of based on what your character knows and your scores and whatnot. It is kind of the antithesis of the Wilder. Whereas the Wilder is, magic and emotion and chaos. Darkest Heart is a realm. Whereas the Wilder was created by Ao, it is said that Darkest Heart was created by Ah, the deity of death. It is the realm of not quite an afterlife, but it is a dark reflection. It is a place where it is said that monsters were put to keep the material plane safe. And all that hostility, that negativity filled that realm.
I'll relay this theory back to Elowen.
Be careful. I don't think that's somewhere you want to go by yourself.
I don't think just swimming would let me get through to it. But I think, because my understanding is like something would need to be done to be able to like pierce between the realms.
It's like this isn't a portal, but it is the potential.
And do I get a similar feeling now, like if I try swimming down, that it's like I'm kind of just
You've
stuck?
You've kind of hit as far down as you can go.
I've hit the bottom. It's not the bottom, but natural means I can't get any lower. And I think then I'll just slowly start making my way back up, trying to just keep an eye if there's like anything I missed in the surroundings.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
$19.
What you do kind of pick up on as you're swimming your way back up, like all the caverns that have been created by the roots from the tree that used to exist here. It's like each one of those small tunnels, which a lot of them are way too small for your body to go through, end similarly in like walls of darkness themselves. This might not just be one potential, but if somebody were to be smaller, this might be possibly many, many portals into Darkest Heart. But many of them too small for humanoids.
I'll get out of the water. I was like, well, I think if you had asked me what I thought would be down there, none of it was what I found out was down there.
What do you mean? What's at the bottom?
Well, that's the thing, is you can't reach the bottom. But with the right magic, the right items, you could probably either turn this into a portal or at least travel to another plane. Kind of the called Darkest Heart. It's the opposite of the Wilder.
What? Loreleth seems stunned.
What?
Why is it making the water so clean?
Loreleth turns to Nell. Well, you guys should have gone swimming sooner, huh?
Well, sorry, we haven't been swimming in our sacred pool.
I imagine that if you didn't have a means to breathe underwater, that you might die trying to do that.
This is meant to be kind of like a quaint little village, and it seems like things are really just not that. Huh.
Well, you did, not you. Your clan did found a village on a spot of intensely powerful magic.
Well,
Intensely.
you can talk to my grandma about that. She will be at dinner, so you talk to her about that.
That's fine. I'll be like, Grandma Amarra, so bad juju's down there.
You can just call her Ollie.
Ollie?
Yeah. Just, you have a chat with her about all of that, and I will do something else. Because...
Azariah.
Yeah.
Is that where your mother went, do you think?
That's a possibility I had not considered until this very moment. But... where else?
Seems likely to me.
Oh.
Would it have been intentional, though?
Probably not
No.
on her behalf. I don't know if something could have tried to take her.
Yeah, there's also, my mother was incredibly powerful. A little bit of what keeps that in check is the emotions around her. The idea of my mother's power being in a realm of negative emotion and energy is also just sounds like it's incredibly dangerous. It's kind of one of those things like someone with very good intentions and stuff, the power that my mother has would amplify that and allow more good to happen. The opposite is also true.
Do you think... We don't know the nature of her disappearance, but do you think she would have left this pool and the potential to follow her for you? As a final message?
Maybe.
At the very least, maybe she... She kind of... Loreleth kind of... There's a shift in her tone where there was like a hint of stress and agitation, but she now kind of like lets herself relax a little bit, just that little bit that she was holding on to. Maybe because yeah, we were all aware that her magic worked like that. I mean, the family. Maybe, and she turns to Nell, maybe these are good people here. Maybe it would have been bad if somebody else had found this place.
Well,
I do think it would be... There are thousands of worse options for a group of people to settle here.
But
Thousands of worse options.
maybe it can't be a portal as long as there are good people here.
I don't really want anyone evil to move into my village.
Me neither, but I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just theorizing.
Although if we had something evil and we brought it with us into the water, I don't know enough about portals.
I mean, that's
want-
not a bad theory.
I do wonder if this has always been here.
Wait, you mean like when Mother was even here in the first place?
Maybe
Yeah,
she was
like-
covering it.
like keeping that at bay.
Painting it.
Wow. You know what? Very well could be. I'm gonna need to sleep on that one. I'm sorry, that's a lot. And at about this point, Finn comes around the the plateau and is just like yelling, "Dinner's on! Everybody bring your families, the graduation dinner's happening!" And houses along the outskirts of the village begin to stir as people are like poking their heads out of doors and like figuring out what's going on. And then people with their like mess kits and like their plates and stuff are bringing their families along and making their way up to... I imagine they would hold this dinner in the Grand Hall as well, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If we start to follow suit, I'm going to turn to everyone. Just as a small thing, the way that community stuff works here, everyone kind of sits with different people. I've encouraged socialization. Maybe you wouldn't normally talk to folks, so you don't have to, no pressure. But if you want to do that, you're more than welcome to.
Maybe we could do a buddy system. Everyone picks a friend, and then we separate from those friends. The rest of us.
I like that idea more.
Great. Well, I don't know where Gideon is, so we'll probably see him when we're at the house. But Nell, I volunteer you to go with none of us because you have an entire family to catch up with. And Azariah, you kind of do as well, so...
I mean, I think, apart from my sister, I think I've caught up with my brother as much as he can handle, and I also would be surprised if he even shows up.
I like him.
Yeah, you know, that doesn't surprise me.
Abe chimes in. Well, actually, if it's all right, I think I'll go with Nell. I don't imagine I'll be talking to very many people.
That makes sense. Alright. Elowen?
Just a little out of my element.
Want to be my buddy?
Sure.
Alright.
As we enter the hall, I'll point Azariah towards my grandma and grandpa, and just say, "Flag Gideon down too when he gets in. You guys can buddy up."
All right. Table old people. I see how it is now. Old people and Gideon, and, Gideon is the youngest old person I know.
I don't get to go to the old people table?
That's actually really offensive now.
You and Drac are pairing up. I thought you wanted to talk to my grandma because she founded the village.
I'm just teasing.
And I just walk away.
Put a hand on your shoulder. I was like, I'm just teasing you.
Well, I'm. Just go to find my family.
Yeah, I'll go find Gideon and pull him over. I was like, Gideon, we've been relegated to the senior citizens table. And it's
I'm sorry, am I cooking right now, Danny? What am I doing?
You're probably helping people bring food up to the plateau.
All right, I'm very busy lifting this very heavy food right
Here,
now.
I'll give you a hand, and I'll help you carry it. It's not much help. The reality is that you carrying this by yourself might have been easier.
Excellent. We tag team large bowls. Excellent.
Actually, I think Gideon's score is about the same as yours, Azariah, so it might
8.
actually be helpful to have the two of you.
Actually.
Yeah,
We're
8
pretty much
strength.
the same. 7.
Oh, we tag team.
I'm a little
large
weaker than you.
I'll go join too. We might as well. All three
well
of us
just
equal
everyone-
one person
get my
carrying
shot
a
from the
bowl.
bottom there.
The Dex crew lifted heavy shit together.
Meanwhile, Drac is just carrying his own bowl next to you guys.
Yeah, we got it. You didn't skip leg day or arm day or all the days.
Don't skip any day. You should live every day of your life.
All right. Well, now I've got to know how we're doing this. So, Azariah, Gideon are going to be joining Amdus and Ollie, the grandparents. Elwyn and Drac, you two are paired up. Where are you guys going to
If
sit?
that's okay with Dallas.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just don't leave me alone. I don't really care where I end up.
Yeah.
Is there anybody that
who do you-
stood out that you'd like to talk to?
Who do you want to sit with, Elwyn? I mean, I know you don't really care who you talk to, but was there anyone that seemed like they maybe had interesting conversation?
I can also offer suggestions of people.
Please.
So we have the grandparents, as I mentioned. We have Nell's parents, who are her mother,
They're probably
Solvi
sitting
is.
at an important table. I don't know about that.
we go sit at the head table.
I don't. Nell, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I believe they're also interspersed.
So the way that works, there is like a table at the top, and I think for probably because this is the graduation thing, like the Paladins of the Year and the Elders will be sitting up there. But it's a very large, and it's also like circular, so it's not like they're kind of lording over like the rest of the hall. It's just like another communal table, but it happens to be at the front of the room.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I don't know if we're important enough for that.
All right, fair enough. There is Aunt Narwin, the dwarf, and who seems to be her partner Inga, the the Goliath woman in the white robe. Oh, actually, she's going to be sitting up at the front. So Aunt Narwin's kind of alone, actually, with their with their adopted. Oh dear. They're non-binary. My apologies. Their adopted child who is a blue dragonborn.
Oh, we can sit
Okay.
with them. That sounds
Sure,
cute.
yeah. That sounds fun.
And
You can talk to
Nell,
them about dragon stuff.
Yeah.
And Nell, I assume you're going to the graduate table.
Guess so.
And
Me
Abe
and
is
Abe.
like sheepishly like, am I welcome here?
Of course. I mean, the rest of them could have also sat at that table, but it's also fun to spread out. Also, I'll be honest with you, always did make me really nervous too, so I totally get it. Yeah, come meet everyone.
I'm okay. And Abe joins you at the graduates table. So Let's start with Drac and Elwyn, because the two of you haven't really had much screen time this session.
I'm enjoying listening to stories.
Yeah, me too. It's great.
So you sit down with Auntie Nerwin, who has got this like Leia-like hair. Her hair's red. She has since gotten out of her like blacksmith's attire and is just a bit more relaxed. And their child Brolwyn sits opposite of you guys. They are a blue dragonborn, also wearing some casual clothing.
How old do they look?
They look like they're like a teenager. Like they're older than a child, but not quite an adult.
You said blue dragonborn?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah, just sit down, say hi.
Well, hi there. Hello.
This is quite the event, isn't it?
Well, it's. I'm excited that it's happening now that everyone's not filling up this space.
That's a nice way to put it.
I know a lot. Where we put the tables, everyone was in the way. It's so good to have everyone back. It's lovely to meet you both.
Indeed, yes.
And Brolwyn on the other side says, "Yeah, hello." And cool.
Do you speak Draconic, my friend?
And they do. Yes, hi. It's cool.
Melchior.
Melchior. I've taught my parents a little bit, but I don't get a lot of practice, so it's nice to have a bit more chance.
Right. That's great. Yeah. I also don't get a lot of practice, but maybe we can practice with each other today.
Well, your accent's very thick. Where do you come from? And they begin to like pry about like your travels, where you came from, whatnot. And Nerwin turns to Elwyn. So, you ever been to Varmhall before?
I can't say that I have. I've spent most of my life in the Wilder.
Ooh, the Wilder. What's that like?
It's wild.
And she'll begin picking your brain about that.
Thank God, something I know how to talk about.
Every once in a while, Drac will just teach. Was it Brolwyn?
Brolwyn.
Drac will teach Brolwyn some Darakarthian phrases. Just for fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
We'll move over to Azariah and Gideon. A lot of you sit down at an end of the table that's kind of close to the graduation table, and sitting there is the first impression you guys got after you opened up like the community hall here was that big wall of an old man with a big old beard, and that is Nell's grandfather Emdus, and not quite as occupying of space as he is. Seated next to him is her grandmother Ollie. She's an older Goliath. Nice to be of the heritage. They don't really wrinkle all that much, so she's looking pretty great for her age. Not quite as built up as Solvi, who is the leader of the village and Nell's mom, but she is happy to see a lot of happy faces, just kind of looking around at everyone. And as the two of you join them, well, hi, welcome to the table.
For welcoming us.
Also, Ryan, if you want to throw in some Amdus in this, feel free to. A fun little tidbit is Amdus is apparently an NPC Ryan has imprinted on, and so is like a backup character potentially.
Okay. All right, I'll do it. All right. I won't talk to myself though. So. That'll just be awkward.
Well, just sit back. You do your thing, Ryan.
Ryan, that's literally the reason this is happening.
Or maybe
Ryan.
Fine, I'll do it then.
Ryan, give him a brogue, please, and thank you. Give him a nice
Alright.
little lilt. Thanks so much.
Sure. Amdus will look over to Azariah, and he'll say, "Did you manage to get with your family?"
You're muted, Logan.
Yeah, I did. I got to catch up with them. Actually, yeah, it was strange. I haven't talked to them in 50 years or so, and this is where we grew up.
And Ollie elbows Amdus, and well, and here we were thinking 2 months was bad.
I
50
made that
years.
same joke to Nell. I understand why she said that I should sit at this table.
Oh, the kids keep
Truth be
telling
told,
me
I don't
that.
know what I'm doing here. I'm 27.
Well, at least one of us here has to be funny, right? The kids keep telling me I gotta stop making jokes because apparently I keep stealing them from other people.
It happens.
Yeah, I did have a question, which was like finding this place. What drew you to settle here?
Oh, well, we
Amdus points
sure.
to her.
shortly around the desolation, once things had begun to kind of cool off, we migrated, a group of us, about, I think it was 30 or so at the time. Solvi was just a wee little girl, and we made the trek down from the Great Oakland, between the couple of mountain ranges, and well, we've got a bit of history in that area, so we made the trip down, and there, I don't know what it was. I was leading the group of travelers at the time, but something did pull me further south than. I don't know if you've been up north a bit ways, but there's a large section of trees that are just dead away. That was from a battle long time ago, between our people and the elves of the Weldeglen. But that's getting a little off topic. So we were passing near that area. Some elves were heading east. We kind of traded, because there's since been, thanks to Fyra, there's since been peace between those two communities, so we brought some elves down with us as well, and we sent some Goliaths eastward, and I don't know what it was. It was a beautiful calling of these woods. We'd always meant to travel further south, but with the dangers in the territory, and then we found it. We found the forest here, and there was a beautiful space, and it just felt welcoming, like where you can just enter into a home and you immediately know that you're a guest here, but they're going to take good care of you. That was kind of what I felt when we landed here, and yeah, and then we started to build our lives.
I'm glad that it's such a good group of people here.
One day my husband will remember the freaking history.
So many years have gone by, it's so difficult to
You were there.
hold on to all of that.
Oh,
The,
history's important, Amdus.
I know it is. But right now, I'm only thinking about this meal that's coming out, so not much time to consider the history.
Well, I guess you haven't eaten in 2 months, and I guess that's not our fault.
That's right, my dear.
No, don't overeat, though. You'll get gassy.
It's been 2 months, though.
And I don't want you to make up for it.
But yes, dear.
You have a point of inspiration as Amdis whenever Amdis becomes a player.
I'm clipping
you
that so I
two
remember.
are an adorable couple.
Well, I have to work extra hard. But thank you.
And one last question. If the Eladrins and other folks who originally lived here were to come back, what would your village do?
The Eladrin that lived here before us.
Yeah.
I was not aware of.
Well,
Yeah.
the family in the guest house, myself included, we all lived here hundreds of years before you did. Hundreds of years before any of you were probably born.
We have a family in the guest house? Hold on. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's what you were asking. She turns to Amdis. That's what you were asking them about. Oh.
Hey.
Who was in charge while we were disposed?
I think Nell's aunt?
Oh, thank goodness. I thought it was going to just be Finn.
I got the story from Fen, so I didn't know how much of it was true. I just guessed.
My understanding is everyone at this village has a bit more sensibility than to let Finn be in charge, at least by himself.
He's an intelligent boy.
He's a sweetheart.
He's a he's a lovely person. I met him. He came down to Starcross many years ago. I think when he had started his travels, and he was a very fun time. Very fun personality.
Well, I guess we don't need to tell you then who he is.
Not
No,
a good brain. He just doesn't always use it.
Don't let him hear you say that. You'll hurt his feelings.
I've told him to his face before.
Yeah, and he cried. He was 10.
I said I was sorry.
And from there,
We've made up since then.
and from there, we'll hop over to Nell and the graduation table.
My cheeks hurt from smiling. That was so cute.
I am so glad, Ryan, that you jumped on that. Oh, thank you.
Oh my god, I
Of
love you
course,
guys
thank you for
so
letting me.
much. Holy shit.
Also, I love that you justified my lack of knowledge about the history. That's fantastic. Perfect. I was like, I'm speaking about none of this.
You weren't ever the leader. Don't worry about it.
Hell no.
Okay.
So, over at the graduation table, there is the five elders of the village, 2 of those being your parents. Also seated at the table is a dark-complexioned dwarf with braided dark black hair and a bit of a wild look to her. Also there is a long red-haired elven man who has quite the elegant appearance. I suppose I should name these people because you know them. So the dwarven woman is Thori. The man with the red hair is... Where did I put that note? I apparently lost his name. You probably know his name better than I
Halor. I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Halor? Just Halor?
Yeah, Halor. And then Inga, your other aunt in the white robe. And then also seated at the table are yourself, Abe, awkwardly, Runa, as one of the graduating paladins, another of your cousins named Farron, and daughter to the lore keeper of the village, Maya. And everybody's eating their dinner and just kind of like catching up. Apparently we were frozen for 2 months, so how was that for you?
Again, so
I'm
sorry.
here if you need backup.
Thank you. Yeah. truly so sorry. I would never have wanted to impact any of your journeys in that way. But I'm excited to see what you all do now that you actually get to begin.
And Farron pipes in, well, which direction did you go? What did you pick? I mean, since you got the first choice.
Yeah, south.
South? Ooh, so the desert?
Yeah. I don't know if I would have chosen that initially if it went the way it was supposed to go. And I look over at Runa.
She
But,
just kind of shrugs.
Yeah, I don't know if we really had a preference so much, but Finn sent me a letter when he was out on his kindling about someone he knew in Starcross that knew about magic. My friend Azariah over there talking to Grandma and Grandpa. And so I thought they'd be my best chance of figuring out what I had done. So south it was.
Runa pipes in, well, if we were going to go together, I was going to suggest we go east so that we can kick her brother's butt. And she turns to Maya.
Have you heard from him recently? Well, not recently, but like,
well, not at least in 2 months.
Yeah, but since he left, is he still?
No.
Do you know what he's? Okay.
No, I've no idea. Maya also pipes in, who is the sibling of the person we are talking about, is a villager named Leaf, who left a couple of years prior on his paladin expedition. And Maya pipes in, yeah, I've actually not really heard from him either. As far as I understand it, the East is a bit more difficult, so he's probably busy trying to survive out there.
Yeah, we're heading into the Rinzar Peaks after this. My friend, the shiny one over there, he's from there originally, so we have a guide, but it sounds like a lot of people, if they try to go through the mountains, can get lost. So I hope... Do I? Yeah, I hope he didn't get lost in the mountains. Sorry. Oh my god, Maya, I'm so sorry. I did not mean that. Obviously, I don't want to get lost in the mountains.
Maya's like, that's okay. By the way, she is human and elf. Like, she is not Goliath, so she's a bit shorter than most of the people at this table. Aside from Thori, the dwarf.
I exchange a glance with Runa, like, sorry.
Awkward.
Well, so yeah, Runa, where are you gonna go?
Well, Finn went south, and Vesta went north. And it sounds like you did the whole sweep.
I've covered quite a bit, yeah.
I mean, if I've got to go it alone, maybe east? I was just joking about kicking Finn's butt, but I could use the challenge and maybe the workout after.
Yeah. And I would love to see that too, so.
And I mean, I'm a bit more, well, never mind. Forget I even mentioned it. More tree inclined, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I mean, better that than I think you in the desert. There's nowhere for you to hide, really.
Hey, what are you insinuating? I can take my problems head on.
I know you can. It's very open and.
I'm just teasing you.
No.
I just like having terrain that I can utilize, and that tends to be through trees.
And you're good at it. We know that I am not. So, and not good at hiding, so might as well be in the middle of a desert.
Well, it looked like it worked out for you.
Yeah. Yeah, no. we fought some crazy stuff there for sure. If you look at Drax, his bracers, that was from this giant fucked up creature thing that we fought. It's like dives into the sand and then it can hear you if you're walking on the sand. And now I think
I'm
Drac
gonna
can
guess you
hear.
drew a picture of it.
Yep.
Okay,
kinda
because your words aren't really giving it coming across.
It
I'd
was
love
a
to see it.
I like grab the journal from her and flip open. Look at this.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you were not doing this any service. Wow, that is scary.
Okay, I did write words in here, but I'll just give you in a picture book version of it, okay? And I'll just start flipping through all of like the stuff. Like, here is a den full of cannibals. Sorry, Abe. Here is.
You know what? I was teasing, and this has kind of backfired on me. I don't require a picture book.
I know you can read, you just choose not to most of the time. That's all.
Ayer, your father on the other side of the table is like, oh, it's so nice to hear them bickering again. I mean, it's only been like, well, it feels like maybe a few hours for us, but it's nice. And Sylvie just kind of like nods and just like rips some meat off of a leg of like a turkey.
I do flip to the kind of two sketches. I'll do the one from the clock tower in Valenbridge, and then the one I drew of like when we were leaving Rollbar on the airship. And I'm going to show them to Runa, but also to my parents. So like, I hit some of the I guess the two kind of biggest cities. It was a little overwhelming, but it was also beautiful too.
Wow. Now, you've gotten to do so much. I'm very happy for you now. You know, I don't know if I ever told you this, but when I did my kindling, and this is your mother speaking, and she's just talking in giant. She's just like, it's what's natural right now. When I did my went out for my kindling, I went north, and there were communities that were building, kind of reestablishing some villages up that way, and that's where I met your father. But you know, like a lot of paladins who go out, sometimes they'll meet someone, and then that's kind of the end of the journey for them. So they'll come home, and that's why I snagged your father from his clan. And unfortunately, it means I didn't get to really see a lot. So I'm very happy for you. This is very exciting.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more out there than I guess I really knew. You might be excited to hear they're working on oh wait, I have to give the context. They've made a something called a railway. They're connecting the biggest cities. It's like I just flipped to a fucking picture of it and just show them. It looks like this. It's like you can travel pretty quickly on it, and there's like tracks, but they're building one now, I think, out to the Moldaglen. So
Well,
might be a bit. Oh shit! Vesta is doing that right now. Sorry. That's what Vesta is up to, I think, right now. And I definitely messaged her to tell her to come home because I didn't know if I was going to help you guys or not. And then if I didn't and you guys stayed frozen, I didn't want to leave Finn to do it all. And so I thought she should be here.
Well, maybe you should send her another letter then.
Yes. Actually, my friend... No, my friend can just send her a message right into her brain. So I'll have him do that in a little bit.
Well, that's very useful. Yeah, probably sooner the better, in case, you know, that's a long trek.
Yes. I'll have him do it right after dinner. Oh, God. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of different magic out there. We have
The
schools for
world's-
it.
And your father pipes in, "Oh yeah, that's and this will be part of what we should probably talk about, actually."
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we'll hold off. Better to enjoy the dinner first, and yeah. And he looks a bit sad.
I think I just look over at Runa and squeeze her hand in a way that I've done many a time in the past. It's basically like, change the conversation, please.
So, when I head east, is there anything I should be looking out for? And she directs us at Thori, the dwarf, and she begins to just like talk about like, you know, some of the hazards that are out there and like some of what she's heard. Like, she is the teacher of survival in this at this village, I suppose. So the story kind of moves along that way, and dinner moves along as well. And also, Azariah's siblings had been like invited to come in, so they might have interspersed and intermingled with other people as well. But dinner moves right along. Was there anything else that anybody specifically wanted to ask about, or can I just go to the end of that?
You can go to the end of that. Yeah.
Very
And just at
well.
one point we'll just pop by and say hi to Nell. Just like wish her a
Absolutely.
good
Give
trip and
give
all
her
that.
a big old quick squeeze, right?
The big Amdu's hug special. With his
All the
big tree
bones
trunk
in my
arms.
spine crack like a firecracker because it's been like 2 months since I've had that.
Yep. No one is ever prepared.
And
Uh,
your grandmother also comes over and gives you like a much more gentle hug and says, "I like your armor, dearie."
Yeah, it's quite nice.
Thank you. I was wearing I had like a very elven one before. It was really cool, but we met someone who it meant more to, so I gave it to them instead. So
"Oh, well, that's so sweet of you, dearie."
yeah.
So you went on an adventure.
Yeah.
Am just gets a very big smile on his face. I'm proud of you, little light.
Thank you.
Oh, shining light, making their way through the dark.
Oh, Nell tears up. I missed you
We
guys.
love you. We love you, sweetie.
I love you too.
All right, well, I'm going to go get your grandfather horizontal before he falls unconscious from a food coma.
I was going to go for seconds, but
Nope,
that's
nope,
fine.
nope. You've had enough.
Yes, of course.
You know you have to listen to her.
I do. I know she's right. I'll go and I'll rest.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
And a lot of the villagers, your other graduates that aren't your family, they all make their way back to their homes. Finn approaches the other party members. So yeah, there's some houses near the entrance of the village that are currently unoccupied. So if you guys want, those houses you can take them.
Perfect.
There should be enough room in one of them, I think, for all of you. I imagine Nell's probably going to stay with us, but and Azariah is probably going to stay with their family. So, or is plenty enough room.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Seriously, guys, thank you for bringing Nell back.
No problem.
Were you a little in over your head there, Finn?
I had it all under control. I mean, with Aunt Narrow was never a problem.
So Nerwin had it under control.
No. I mean, we were a team.
It's good to see you again.
This, like when you're like in school, a team where it's like a group project. She did 90% of the work and your name's on it.
Oh, come on. I thought you would have been on my side. You know what? I should have known better. All right. That's it. I'm going to go back to Starcross and tear those walls down. Yeah, it's good to see you too.
It's good to see you.
It wouldn't be very paladin of me to do that, so you're lucky. All right.
I'm glad that
You
you
all
have
have a
an
good
oath
day.
keeping you from tearing my walls down.
The only thing. All right. You all have a good night.
That's it.
If everything's kind of like breaking up, I will run over to the party. Do you guys need anything else tonight? You have a house, which is good.
I need you to enjoy your evening with your family.
Thank you. I will. Oh my God, Drac! You gotta tell Vesta it's all good. It's all good. Don't come back. Don't come here. She was working on something so much more important. She's helping with that railway to the Will of the Glens. She does not need to be here. I don't want to hear any from her if she came all this way and it was for nothing. So just can you please send her a message?
Okay, just as a heads up, that would be my last spell for that whole situation. I'd be tapped after that. So, again,
No one die.
We should be
No one-
okay, right?
I think in a village like this, we should be safe, yes.
We hope so, but it keeps getting weirder. So who's to say? But no one die, please.
I do
I
my
mean-
best.
Village sitting on top of big scary energy.
I'm sorry, what?
Shit.
Oh, he wasn't there.
Gideon, you gotta stop going away. You have
I
to stick
know.
with us. You're gonna miss things.
I just
Well-
wanted to cook some food. I didn't realize I was going to
you
be
missed
missing the
out
omen of the
is
century.
There's just a portal to the plane of negative energy down there.
The plane of the what now?
Yeah.
It's called Darkest Heart.
Why is it a heart and
Um,
why is it dark?
It's the name. It's like the wilder, but negative energy.
So that sounds awful.
The-
Your family built a. Oh no.
Well, they've been here
Do-
for 50 years, so
I'm
and
sure it's
nothing's
fine.
crawled out of it.
49. We haven't. It's actually gonna be a really big deal next year, but it's our 50th.
Well, let's hope the world is still around by then.
Okay, that was unnecessary. Good night.
What do you want me to say to your sister?
Oh shit.
Now you
Just-
hear somebody yell at you from across the hall.
Hi.
Stop swearing.
Sorry. Poop.
First word is poop. Gotcha.
No,
Okay.
no. Do not. He does not have a sense of humor for that kind of thing. Hi, Vesta. Everything is fine. You don't need to come to Varmhall. Stay in Pentalot. The village is good to go. Does that sound like it would be more concerning? Like she would.
Well, I wouldn't say it with that tonality, but that's fine. The words are fine.
Okay.
Alright. I will use my last third level spell slot and send a message to the individual known as Vesta. And I will say, "Hello, Vesta. This is Nell's friend. She wishes me to inform you that everything is good in Varmhall. There's no reason for you to abandon your post. Thank you. Poop."
Oh, yes.
Who are you? Okay, I'm a little concerned now that I've gotten 2 of these. I swear, if something's wrong. And that's where the message ends.
I think she understood. She doesn't really. I don't think she gets a lot of these.
You know, until I met you, I don't think anyone in this village really had. We do.
I find that hard to believe, considering so many of you leave and come back.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know everyone's. It's not a thing here. It's letters. Oh, I should send her an actual letter. Okay, I'll do that too. Thank
It
you.
would take so long to get to her, though.
Yes, but I'm not limited to 25 words in a letter. I could just kind of be like, that was
Yes.
in fact my friend, and you're not crazy, and blah blah. So, but thank you.
Well, maybe it'll reach her by the time she's here.
I really hope you're joking.
She didn't say she was coming, so
Good.
she just seemed concerned that she got 2 messages, but didn't really mention anything about how the village is fine. So
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
okay,
Thank you.
okay, go have fun with your family. We'll be fine.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, friend.
So, as people begin to disperse from the main community hall, a lot of people stayed behind to, like, you know, push tables back up against walls and, like, put chairs away and, like, make the hall just, like, into a default, like, this is where the community gathers for, like, town hall meetings kind of setting as opposed to, like, a feast hall setting. And then everybody begins to disperse and make their way down the plateau and back to their homes. Somebody had been outside here, just lighting, like there are these small poles with just like a candle sitting atop them, and now there are just like candles lit all around the village, just to kind of light the paths a little bit. And the Azariah, you join your family back in the guest house. The party, you find one of the homes Finn instructed you to, and Nell, you return your home with your family. And the family is all in. They're a bit rambunctious. They're all just talking about, like, oh, that was so good. We're so excited that Runa and Nell are getting to, well, I guess Nell already did, but Runa gets to go out into the world now. And your father turns to you. So I do believe I need to offer you a bit of an explanation as to why this might have happened. So back when I used to live in the Wilder, which I know I don't really talk about this all that much, but growing up there, I had a childhood friend, Reynard. And he was my best friend. And eventually, a lot of elves end up feeling a bit, I suppose, feel the need to see more of the world. So that's what I did. And as you know of me, I'm something of a bit of a talented healer. So when I heard that the material plane was going to be retaken, I joined in on that, and I operated as a medic for many of the Lodothram warriors. But once that was done, I got to explore, which was fantastic. And as your mother mentioned tonight, I met her out near Wildeglen, and she left a real big impression on me. And I knew that I was going home with her. But I made sure to stop in one last time. I told my parents. Let's just say that I'm not on the greatest terms with them, so if you've ever wondered as to why you haven't met my parents, they weren't exactly supportive or approving. But I thought Reynard might have been more happy for me. And he wasn't. He was mad at me.
Why?
Because he thought I was going to stay there and be his best friend forever. In a way, he still kind of is. Rapscallion. I think about him a lot. But the last thing he said to me, well, as I was leaving, now makes a lot of sense. I think this was just a long time coming. I don't know if he meant to do it, but he said, may your fourth child become older than your third. I don't think he meant to do it, but I think this was because of that. So I'm so sorry that you went through that now.
Well, it's not your fault.
I think I need to go and see him again.
I really want to go there too. I know that we will. We have other things we're trying to do first, but it's whatever connection he, I guess, inadvertently formed, I just think I need to know a bit more about it.
Well, I can help with that. Did you enjoy the paladin stuff at all?
I did. I do. I like helping. I don't know, there's the power though to the wilder magic that if I can control it, it's also kind of fun. You know that I try to keep myself pretty out of the way. So I don't want to put my foot in my mouth or you know what it's like.
Yeah.
The way that this magic manifests, it's like it gives me an excuse to be a little bit more me. Sometimes, not always, it's sometimes really bad, but sometimes it's fun.
He looks like he's about to tear up a little bit. Your siblings have all kind of gone off to do their own things, but your mother is nearby, just kind of like listening in. And Ayer turns to Solvi. I hope it wouldn't be too much of a bother if I do end up having to go back home for a little bit. But it probably wouldn't be for a while. As he turns back to Nell. But I do think there are some things I can help you with. You
would
technically,
like that.
You technically haven't finished your graduation ceremony, I guess.
No, not really.
Well, no, I think I need to talk to your mother first, and then perhaps we'll have another word in the morning. But I'm
Okay.
so sorry, Nell.
Don't be. I wish I hadn't lied to you guys for that year. That I allowed myself to be honest. And I wish that I hadn't first experienced this magic in a way that affected all of you. But coming to realize that I think it ultimately was for the best. You know, I would have just followed Runa wherever she went. And she would have said it was fine, but I think it would have been hard for her. I think it's better that I did it on my own.
We're proud of you now.
Thank you. How do you normally go to the Wilder? Do you go through Small Keep?
I mean, that is how I got here initially. I hadn't really hopped back and forth, so I guess that... Is that still there?
It is. If you want to go at some point, we actually we have a keep there, or the keep, I guess, in Small Keep. It's now ours.
You hold on, wait a minute. So we were frozen for 2 months. You got to explore the world, and you got property?
Yeah, it literally just happened. We haven't even seen it yet. Like we stayed in Small Keep, not in the keep, but in the city, Small Keep, and then we went to Rollbar. Well, before Rollbar, we went to Valenbridge, and in Valenbridge, there's these bugs, these really scary bugs, and there's evil magic that may sing the bugs, and there's a guy who should be dead, but he's really old, but maybe it's not really him. We're heroes of the realm now. Yeah, that's the other title I didn't want to say before.
That's so exciting. What? Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. And your mother's just like standing to the side, and just like, that is so impressive, dearie. Oh,
Thank you.
but clearly you've been kindling the light if you've earned a title like that. Somebody's recognizing you.
It's very new.
So, do you know what the state of the keep is like?
I have no idea. I guess I don't even know when we'll be there next. We have to go to the Rinzar Peaks and then probably back to Balesville and then I guess there. I don't know.
Oh, sounds like your father and I might have a lot of conversations to have tonight.
Yeah.
And she looks to Air, and Air just kind of like, just so short in comparison to the two of you. Is just like this nervous little man next to his gorgeously tall wife. yeah, there's definitely going to be some conversations, but well, perhaps we can talk about that in the morning.
Sounds good. How did you know? What form did Reynard take with you?
I mean, it's kind of like a he's a fox person.
Okay.
Though that being said, sometimes he is able to be just a fox.
Yeah. And I think I'll cast dancing lights and show my dad.
Yeah.
I've only talked to him really the one time, when he told me who he was. Didn't really tell me much else. I was really mad at him. He was very unhelpful.
I don't think he was in a position to help you. I don't think he's
No.
realized he's done this.
That's the thing, the main thing I don't understand. I don't really feel like... It's not like he's like my patron or something. I don't think the magic is his.
No.
It's... Right.
That's going to be some of the stuff I'm going to want to talk to you about tomorrow, but that depends on how tonight goes. All right.
Good luck.
All right, go get some... Oh, you don't sleep. You haven't slept in a long time. Go join your siblings.
Well, you sleep well and... All right. Mom, you sleep well.
Yes.
Right. Dad, have a good trance.
You too. All right. Let's go to bed. And Sylvie and Ayer break off into their room. And Sylvia's out. Don't forget to put Liv in.
Oh, I will. Good night.
Good night. And in your room, Finn is already just like cross-legged on this in your bedroom. You want to give us a laydown of what your room looks like?
Sure. So when you enter into the room, there's a door immediately on the left and then windows across the far wall. Right in the center is basically like there's a rug and a bunch of pillows are heaped on it. It's kind of like almost like a nest, kind of. And then along the right-hand side wall, there are bunks, one for each sibling, and they're all decorated by each sibling, but they're not really slept in that much. And then at the far end of the room, there's a large table, and it's just covered in paper and games and books, and it's just a little chaotic over there. And then, underneath the windows, it's just a bunch of bookshelves, and there's like a sitting area there too, like kind of like reading nooks and stuff. Yeah.
And your brother Finn is currently sitting in the nest of pillows, cross-legged, trancing. And your younger brother Evan is in one of the bunks, as he hasn't really gotten the hang of trancing yet.
If he's still awake, I'm gonna go over to Evan, really quick. Hey.
Hey.
I got you some stuff, specifically to use on Finn while he's still here. Okay? And I'm gonna basically just give him like everything I got at the prank store. So I got a whoopee cushion. Oh my god, let me look. Boom. Okay, yeah. I give him 2 finger traps. I give him the whoopee cushion, and then I go I sneak over to where Finn is, and I peel off the ink splat thing because it's been on his back this entire time. Because I put it on him right when we got into the bin.
Yes, that's right. I forgot about that.
And then I will bring it over and I'll show him how it works. Be smart with who you prank, okay? It's funniest when it's against Finn. Don't do it to anyone nice, okay?
Okay.
And when she's old enough, show Liv how to do it too, because we don't want another Vesta.
That's so mean.
Well, she's not here, so just... I didn't say anything.
Well, okay, how did these work?
And then I'll show him how to use the the finger traps and everything.
There's a bit of a panic as his finger gets trapped in it and he doesn't understand.
And then I'll like show him how to release it and everything.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So, you got to see the world now?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
It's been a very weird day.
Yeah, I'm sure it has. Hopefully, the next few days won't be as weird for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you get some sleep.
Okay. Good night.
Night. No, it's
Happy graduation.
thanks, buddy. I'll tuck him in and kiss his forehead. Does Runa have live?
At that moment, like that second door in your room opens up and out steps Runa, and not seeing you there, like, well, I'm happy you're home.
Me too.
It's so weird to say that. Like,
Yeah.
it feels like not, like I can't even fathom that you had an entire adventure,
Yeah.
and for me it just felt like a blip.
In a way, I'm happy that it was just a blip and that you weren't aware the entire time. That would have been really scary.
Yeah.
Finn sent
What?
me a message on our birthday that just truly made me shit myself, because I didn't know if you guys were just like stuck forever or what was happening, and he was just like, oh, they're almost at the door, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? So I just punched Finn really hard in the arm.
I mean, I'm also glad that you ran into him out there. Like, I'm still not exactly sure what's happened around here, but it sounds like Auntie Nerwin needed the backup, even if it was Finn.
Yeah.
And she kind of like, oops, as she like realizes, all right, Finn's right here.
Yeah. I think he understands. I felt so bad about that night, about just leaving it all to her. I didn't know what to do. And I keep wondering, like, what would you have done if it was reversed, or if it happened to Vesta? If you would have been a little braver. But
No sense in worrying about that.
yeah, I know.
It happened, and now it's fixed.
Yeah.
And now I'm full.
It's a lot of food, especially after 2 months.
I'm surprised they got that stuff as ready as fast as they did. I mean, there was some stuff in there that I wasn't even used to. Like, what did
That might have been my friend Gideon. He helped. He does all the cooking for us, and he's really good at it. And he joined in, so maybe he spiced things a little differently.
Well, maybe I should come along.
I would love that.
No,
But I also think that
I can't do that to you.
I don't want to do it to you either. And I'm really sorry that you had to do that for me for as long as you did. I know it.
You're saying
I know you're
sorry
gonna
too much
say-
today.
Well, what else is new? But I'm only going to say it one more time because I mean it. I am sorry. I was scared for so long, and I'm glad that it worked out like this. And I'm really excited to see what you do next on your own.
Same for you. All right.
You have a lot to catch up with. I'm a hero of the realm, though. Didn't want to brag before, but just
Why
saying.
do you constantly undermine these moments with some weird tension break? I don't understand. All right, let's go to bed.
Okay. And I'll sit down with my my back to her and to Finn and just rest in the comfort of their presence for the first time in months.
Yeah. With the two of their backs at yours, the three of you sitting outward in the center of this circle. It's nice to be home. And it's one step closer to getting back out there. And that's where we're going to take a break. Woof. Gosh dang, I need to
Warm
find some
fuzzies.
So big.
Mm-hmm.
uplifting.
So many emotions.
Also, I realized the person who followed us at the beginning of the stream, I totally did not put together the joke of their name. A star is Bjorn. I just thought it was a Starus Bjorn.
You've been thinking about that for the last 3 hours.
It occurred to me at some point in all that, and I was like, I'm an
Yep.
idiot. Oh,
How good of a
Fan-
DM Denny is. He can focus on a dumb joke in the corner of his brain and also the rest of it.
yeah, the entire time just being like, move the story forward. I fucked up so bad. The jokes. Thank you, Mike. You are all unbelievably fantastic. Also, I've been wanting to say this stream, but it was never appropriate. Christy and Dallas, your costumes are great. There you go.
Aw, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. It's a bit of a heavier episode, so I do apologize for that. But, you know, as things keep moving on, maybe something's gonna happen. Holy
Danny's
crap.
gonna kill
and
us soon. We all know it.
Yeah.
There's
It's 'cause
potential.
you used your last high level spell.
That's
So we're
right.
getting attacked
That's
tonight.
right.
No.
Guys.
Punching my Amdis character
Something's
right
coming
I
now.
set up
out of the
alarms before we
darkest
go to
heart.
bed.
Oh yes, please do, Elowen. Thank you.
Oh, God. There's
I'll set up some alarms.
Nothing
some
should
fuel.
happen here. It's safe here.
We're not on a portal to the
fine.
For
dark
now.
Yeah,
realm of
true.
death.
Sure.
We've been
Sure,
here
sure,
for
sure,
49
sure.
years. What could
Mhm.
happen now?
Oh boy. Okay,
I
let's go to break
showed
before
up.
Denny kills us all.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
all right. See you all in a few.
Bye.
And hello again, everybody. Welcome back from break. Hope you all got the rest your eyes from the screen, but now we are back and ready to continue playing once more. Dallas, did you just disapprove of my weird intro back?
No, I would never.
Very good. Just as we were coming back, I was like, I need to find good morning music. So they're like, yeah, oh great, this means we didn't die in the night. And I'm like, morning with a U. But
Denny wants everyone to be very
Forever
proud of this
being
joke.
destroyed by this man.
Internet claps for Denny.
thank you. I need the reinforcement. So the night moves on smoothly, safe in the village of Varmhall. As I nail this in further to just ensure that you guys actually got a long rest.
Why?
I still don't believe you.
When you guys start waking up, like, this village is quite beautiful in the morning. Like, there is just the hints that dew had once been on the grass, but quickly evaporated as we're still not quite out of the summer yet. But it is a fresh smelling village, and there is a sense of peace that now kind of resides over it. Drac, Elwyn, and Gideon, and Abe, as the four of you were staying in one of these houses, anything interesting happen in the night? Any conversations?
I'd offer my... Well, actually, no, I can't. I can't offer my sending services because I don't have any.
Oh, did you unprepare that spell?
No, because it's... You mean in the night before?
Oh.
I had sent all
right.
my messages, so... Yeah.
Gideon just does his laundry, basically. He's dressed in some very comfy pants, and he's just prestidigitationing all his armor and all his clothing out and everything like that.
I don't think I have anything.
Yeah, I think Drac would probably just do some, like, meditation. Maybe do some of his martial movements outside. Just kind of help himself feel the calm in the middle of this quiet village.
And
that's about it.
All right.
Gideon might... We're in a cool forest. Gideon might look and see if there's any fun herbs lying around. For things and stuff, maybe. Can I do an herbalism thingy?
Sure. To what end are you trying to find herbs?
Well, I want to find herbs to see if there's anything, like, I don't know, just potentially magical about them. Like, I know from my teachings from my mother how normal plants look. So if I could find plants that are abnormal to some degree, that's what he would be looking for.
Right, and how early in the day are you going about this?
That'll be bright and early.
All right.
The dew is on the ground, if there's any.
One of the early risers today. I'll have you make a survival check for me.
Very cool. Very neat. That's 14.
Yeah, you head out into the woods. And it is a lovely forest. Like, there are birds singing, and you see, like, occasional, like, rabbits and squirrels just, like, hurry off or climb up trees. Like, the forest is alive. And there are a lot of herbs and a lot of plants, if you know how to use them, that have practical applications, but nothing beyond the mundane.
Okay.
Not that you're able
Maybe
to find
he'll just
anyway.
he'll just take some neat ones that smell nice and potentially look at them for tea possibilities then.
Suitable plants for that would be pretty abundant.
Very good.
Azariah. By the time you wake up, and I know Azariah tends to have an early rising fashion, Yelfarin is already in the living room. Just like reading.
Good morning.
Good morning. Rest well?
Yeah, it's a little strange being here after so long. What do you know of Darkest Heart?
Not too much of that. As far as I'm aware, it's kind of a place of darkness and negative emotion, similar to how the opposite of the Wilder, which is kind of excited emotion and magic. I mean, I guess it's kind of a realm of monsters as well.
Yeah, there's like not a portal, but like just like the thin veil between worlds residing under this village to that place.
Fascinating.
Terrifying? Fascinating. Very fascinating. Also terrifying.
There's the potential for both.
Was just wondering in, your time of study and everything, if you had known anything about that. But seemed pretty on par with what I know.
Yeah, it's not particularly an area of expertise for me.
Yeah. How about anything related to void energy?
I mean, you probably know just about as much of that as I do. It is supposedly the material that lies beyond the stars, as according to our druid heritage. Energy of destruction, so the stars hold that at bay.
Yeah.
Kind of the antithesis of life.
Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty much sitting at the same point with that too, then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to say, you just haven't gotten a lot of my expertise. It's more
all
practical spell casting.
That's fair. Actually, that's something new. There's like I have a bit of magic. And I'll like shape the water of like a nearby like cup.
Wow. I'm gonna firstly apologize for not seeming very excited, but I realize for you this is a big deal.
That's fair. Not very impressive in the grand scheme of things, but...
Well, you said it. But again, I'm happy for you.
Thanks.
It's a step.
Doesn't sound like you're happy, but the emotions aren't really your thing. You should talk to someone about that. You should really like express a little.
A fascinating notion. I may or may not.
Might be good for your health.
I'm doing just fine.
All right. At that point, I just like walk away from him.
And it's like it doesn't even bother him at all. He just like goes back to reading the book he was reading. Your sister, however, will likely be sleeping in for quite some time.
That sounds on brand. I think after I've like have some breakfast, I'll head out to meet the rest of the party.
All right. Nell, you and your siblings have been up since like 4 a.m. Got your trance done and over with, and just like quietly playing games and catching up in your bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, the rest of the family wakes up. First, it's baby Liv waking up the parents.
I think I would probably, when she starts to stir, I'll grab her first just to give them a little bit more time. Because I haven't seen her in a while. I'll bring her in and sit her on my lap, and she'll be my partner while we play games. You need to learn how to beat Rhea at Dragon Chess. It's super important. This is your destiny, Liv.
And she's just like, as you guys are playing games, she's like watching and then trying to grab a piece. And you have to like take her hand away. And she just...
Wherever she tries to move it, I just move the piece there. And I'm like, she knows what she's doing. She's a real pro. She's got a natural talent. And I lose quite severely.
You know, Finn, your opponent, there's usually an age restriction on a lot of board games. Tiny pieces.
Well, I'm not letting her eat them.
Well, I'm just saying, she's not ready. It's too much. How could she handle this responsibility?
You don't know yet.
Maybe that's what the age restriction's about.
Too much pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of us are just born into greatness, and some of us are Finn. So.
Runa pipes in. Yeah, destined to eat chess pieces. Listen. There was one time I got stuck in the mouth, and I was panicking, and I just couldn't close.
Yeah.
So
it was a good look.
He gets in close to Baby Liv. So don't put the pieces in your mouth. Eventually, the morning moves onward. The party recollects, with the exception of Nell. Gideon returns from the forest with a few extra herbs.
I think maybe I would have, like, if I could, like, sent a note or some way to, like, have them come meet me at the house. Because
Sure.
they don't need to go to the longhouse for this. They can come and join.
Fantastic. I mean, you could also just go collect them.
Sure. I think I was up so early. Maybe I just, like, went and left them a note. And just
Oh,
came
I
back.
see.
Yeah.
That makes sense. All right. So you guys find slid underneath the front door of the house you're staying in. There's a note from Nell saying, "Come meet me up at the house on the hill."
At some point, when I see Azariah that morning, I do want to talk to you for a second.
Sorry, I was thinking over the night, the theory you and I guess your sister kind of agreed, the idea that an evil object could potentially open that portal at the basement, at the base of the pond.
It's a possibility, but
If it's a possibility you wanted to test, I might have a pretty evil object you could try to use.
Let's try it.
Well, turns out Teddy didn't think about this.
Awesome!
What do you have?
You've seen it before.
I showed this to not
Reynard. What was his name? The druid friend.
Renan.
Chisum?
Renan.
Oh, Renan. Okay.
No, Renan. Episode 2, what was the guy's name?
I showed this to Renan. I have a figurine of the stranger that was given to me the day I was cursed. We showed it to Renan. He confirmed it was a fairly evil object.
Can you set up a telepathic bond?
With you?
Yeah.
Hey, Denny, have we leveled up?
You are leveled up.
Yes, I can. I think I can do it with more people now if we want to.
Do they all have to be here right now?
Yes.
Okay. Then,
I mean, we don't have to do this immediately. I'm not sure. We should probably get Nell and
yeah.
everyone together
That's what I
before
was
we make
gonna
any
be like,
decisions. I'm just saying this might be an option if you wanted to test it.
I do want to test it. Just to see if my mother was pulled into that side to see if there's any trace of that.
We should be prepared if that does open a portal. If it was strong enough to pull your mother through, it's strong enough to pull you through as well. I don't think this is something we should test lightly.
Yeah.
Science!
But I'm just throwing out the option.
So, the lot of you go up to Nell's house with a knock at the door. Well, your friends have arrived.
Hey guys, welcome. We have breakfast here. I figured it's less intimidating than the longhouse, and we don't like eat there every day. It's just for like special events. Welcome to my home.
It's big.
It's actually really not that big, all things considered. Like,
Hmm.
it's like the similar size to the guest house and very similar layout.
It's
Get in
big.
my house.
Well, here I'll show you around. This is the main room and the kitchen. And down this hallway is my parents' room and then our room. Not that many rooms. It's just that.
And your dad's in the kitchen just like on a like stone like, I don't want to say tablet, but like a stone, I guess I'll say tablet, like a stone sheet essentially with a fire underneath
slab.
it. Slab, thank you, that's the term. And he's just like cracked some eggs on it and he's just like preparing them as the stone apparently gets like quite hot. And he's like, if you could stay out of the kitchen while I'm at work, that would be wonderful. I will feed you all.
I understand.
I like him.
I'll bring everyone into the bedroom. This is our room. I was training your opponent, Rhea, in like 5 years. She's got you beat for sure.
Ooh. What?
Oh, I dragon chess.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Liv's got one of the chess pieces in her mouth and is just sucking on it.
And I
I
pull it out
see
of her
the
mouth.
pacifier strategy. Bold move there.
Just how she gets you. I wipe like the slobber off of my cloak and then put it back with the board. Pick her
That
up
is a
and
choking hazard.
yeah, we talked about this. I thought someone was watching her, Finn, but it's fine.
Sorry. I've got no good excuse.
Do you ever really? But yeah, not that exciting. I do want to show you guys later the Hall of Records. It's my favorite place in the village, and Azariah, I would love for you to take part in something. No pressure, but so me and Dalen, the lore keeper here, we have kind of a special project where people share stories, and then we have a section that all of the stories are kept. Everyone in the village is welcome to tell whatever story is the most important to them. It can be anything, and it was your home first, so I would love for you to share one if you want to.
I'd be honored.
Cool. Well, we can do it after breakfast, but yeah.
Not long after, your dad calls in from the kitchen. All right, I think I've got enough for everybody.
Great.
And works fast.
Oh yes,
I was almost done.
He has to feed a lot of very large children, so he's had to learn how to feed. You don't want to see Finn when he gets going. Well, you're about to, but
So going back out into the main room, there is like just a bunch of eggs that have been prepped and a big pot of just like porridge with apples sliced up and thrown into it. And they just like spoon out into bowls and just like get everybody's like plates for the eggs. And he's like, all right, have at it.
Thank you.
That's actually very good that you got everybody here this morning because, well, firstly, I want to... Hi, everybody. I'm Ayer. I'm Nell's dad.
It's me.
Nice to meet you.
And Solvi. And she's like, yes, I'm leader of the village. I'm Nell's mother. It's wonderful to meet you all. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. And
He was taking care of us too.
that's about what we expect. And then Ayer continues on. So, due to the nature of your magic, and you didn't quite finish the actual graduation ceremony, so you haven't actually made a commitment as far as like paladin teachings go. Reynard taught me a bit about a code of his own. It's funny enough, I've so many paladins in my life. Reynard is also a paladin. It's a very specific kind of oath. And I think he's kind of talked to me enough about it that I think the oath he made might work better for you than the oath of Fyra. And you turn to your mother and she's also nodding her head. It's an oath of commitment to discovering your true self and honoring that.
I still want to spread light.
You can do that. But I think it's best for you if you put yourself first. Help you help others. Now, where it's important that your friends are here as well, because I guess you guys have pretty big plans. We're going to need a 10-day for this.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to show you everything in one day, so...
Right.
If you guys don't mind holding around, or if you need to go elsewhere, maybe tell Nell where to meet you.
I mean, I would be fine to stay. My father's probably going to pass away within that time. It'd be nice to be here.
I'm sorry
I was
about
going
that,
to
but-
ask if you wanted to, so...
We're staying. I'll help cook. You know.
This guy keeps getting more points with me.
Really good cook, Dad. You're gonna like
Maybe
him.
you should just bring him home after you're done wherever you're doing.
I mean, they're all welcome, of course.
Can always visit.
If you guys are okay with it, I don't want to hold anyone up. But I think it would be really great.
There's one
Is it-
thing that I would like to remind us all of. I might have to take my leave. We told Monty to go to Timberstead.
Jack could cast another sending.
It's also
Invite him
not
here
too...
instead.
Well, it's not too far from here, so during the 10-day, a few of you could go and pick him up.
All right.
Actually, if the village here would be fine having him, it seems like there's some empty rooms.
That's true.
I mean,
It's true.
if
I was going to
So-
try and get him a job at the keep, but
Well, Dad might be going to
Finn.
the keep.
Finn pipes up. Wait a minute. Where's your buddy from?
Balesville.
Oh gosh. Okay, that reminds me. So while everybody was under, I mentioned that a couple of families left. That's why you guys had a house. Some guy came in from Balesville, apparently,
No.
recruiting for a rebellion that's apparently coming.
You got
So-
what's his name? What was his name?
What did he
Didn't
look
get his
like?
name.
What did he look like?
Just, I don't know, just some human with dark hair. I don't know. He looked fit to travel. I didn't really pay too much attention to him. Like, this was the situation that Nairwin mostly handled. But I guess a couple of families left with this guy, unfortunately, because of the whole situation.
Yeah.
But also, apparently, there might be other paladins of Fyra there.
What? In
Well,
Balesville?
it sounded like this guy was like, this battle seems like a pretty big deal for like the small folk, so
Oh no. I just turned to my parents. What's happening in Balesville, it's connected to everything that we're trying to figure out, and it's not good. It's a lot of misinformation. We don't understand everything about it, but it's really bad.
Ooh, great. Well, I don't know where your plans plan on taking you, but if apparently it's not good, if you can connect with any paladins that are there and get them out of there, that would be good.
Know any of their names?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of family out there.
Yeah.
Like
I'm sure
some
I'll be
cousins
able to-
could be there. You said Vest is north, right? So probably
yeah,
not
she's in
there.
Pentalot.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, a lot of, not like a crazy amount, but there have been quite a few paladins that have gone out into
Yeah.
the world to kindle the light. So
I would know them to see them, so if we
absolutely.
end up swinging by Balesville again. Oh, son of a. Nothing. I didn't.
Nothing's
um,
right.
I wonder if perhaps I might know one of the ones that's there. And I just look over at Runa.
Leaf.
Yeah, maybe going out east isn't actually going to get you that fight that you wanted. Too bad, because that would have been really fun.
I don't know if he went east though. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he was too much of a chicken and had to come back.
It's possible. I mean,
It's
been at least, well, it's been like, what, a year or two? So you could have caught wind of something and headed out there, who's to say? The people running this, they're pretty insidious, so word has definitely spread.
Oh, it's great news. Great news.
Yeah.
Well, one thing at a time. If we can get this 10-day down, we'll get you ready to go back out. If your friends want to run to Timberstead, if they just go and come back, they should get back with plenty of time.
I could also just send a message to Monty and see if he's able to make the trek himself.
Before we take Monty with us anywhere, I want to ask him some questions, and I'd like you there with me to make sure he's not lying.
There are ways to ensure that.
Okay.
I think maybe then meeting him in Timberstead before bringing him into my village.
Precisely my thinking.
Also, Azariah, do you want to talk a little bit about what you discovered with the Fjorkilde? The life spring?
Yeah, and this is actually, there might be a little more research we can do in regards to this. So underneath there, it goes kind of impossible, like just unfathomably deep, and quickly gets cold. Quickly, you kind of lose all like light and stuff apart from seeing the ring above from where you entered. But swimming down, there is a thin veil between planes.
Wait a minute, you swam in the pool?
Yeah.
Come on,
I
we
told
drink
them it
from
was
that.
okay. I know.
Oh.
I'm sorry. It's like, but it was their mom first,
It's-
so
Yeah.
Okay, well, hold
Um,
on. So you said something's weird down there?
Yeah. So if the wilder is kind of like heightened or positive energies and magic and stuff, then there's a plane that is the opposite of that. Darkest heart. There is, it's not a portal, but with the right items, someone might be able to slip between our world and that world. But that world is kind of one of monsters and negative energy.
Okay. Well, that is kind of terrifying.
We have
So,
There might be a way for one of us to slip through. I'd like to see what's on the other side, because if it's possible for us to go that way, my worry is that something might be there trying to come through, and I want to see if anything is on their end, kind of like situated there.
well, how can you be certain that you won't just open it up and suddenly everything can come through?
You know, that's true. That's also a possibility, and leaving it like it is, it could do that at some point anyways.
sorry, they don't know about it being your mom either.
Oh, do you? Yeah, actually, none of you know. So all of you have situated your village on my home. Yeah, and specifically, that pool is like, so my mother was a dryad, a powerful tree spirit.
Right.
This was a enclave of druids that lived here pre-desolation. Me, my family that are in the guest house. So I think that my mother being there was as a way of trying to like contain that. And we can leave it alone for now. We cannot look into it. I have a strong feeling we will be back. I mean, I know we will. The druids that we're meeting with have told us this is where we have to meet to do whatever needs to happen to stop this void energy from coming into our world.
Wait, what? Did I know that?
Yeah, they told us to meet here, and
That is incorrect.
did they not say the Tri-Moon Grove?
Which is not here.
It's not. It's
oh,
north.
it's true. That's north.
Oh my
See,
god!
okay,
I was
this
like,
is, I think,
what?
where I'm getting confused because I thought my mother's tree before was in the Tri-Moon Grove.
No,
And
it
I
is a
think
different
that's
site.
Where, yeah. Okay, never mind then. Disregard all.
Ooh, that was terrifying for a second. I'm like, what?
Yeah. So no, never mind. Yeah. Then.
Okay. Well, I think it would be best if the elders of the village talk about this. Not to do anything right away. would be greatly appreciated.
Yep.
Superb. Wow. I'm sorry your family was displaced.
I'm glad that good people are here.
Well, that's appreciated.
But I did ask Nell's grandmother, and this is one thing that I think all of you kind of need to consider, is that as part of our tasks that we're doing right now is slowly bringing the druids back to this plane. The druids that were here come back, this is where they're going to want to be. I'm not saying that, like, the druids had relations with the town that was south of here hundreds of years ago. I'm not saying that they're going to be, like, unwilling to cooperate with all of you, but I also think be ready for a lot of guests at some point.
Well, that is something we're kind of used to, so we can... Good to have that on the horizon. Well, thank you for being here. Glad that we could host you for now. Sylvie, is there anything else I'm forgetting? Got a bit of a circle around the conversation, and Sylvie's like, you wanted to talk about the keep Nell got. Oh yeah, right. So I thought you said the keep you got was near Brawl Bar, right?
Yeah, it's in Small Keep.
Right, where the portal is. Kind of perfect. Do you know what its condition's like? Does it need any fixing up?
Did they tell us? I don't think so.
You haven't really
like
heard much about it.
Yeah, there hasn't been anyone in it for a while, I don't think. Yeah. So
Well,
probably rough.
If I end up making my way to the Wilder, I thought perhaps I could bring a few carpenters and masons from here and maybe drop them off on the way.
Go over at Gideon. And maybe Monty could be part of that too. If he passes your vetting process.
Yeah. Monty's a strong laborer. Lots of muscles on that man. He's very tall.
Well, if he's like you, then he's on board. Like you've already proven yourself in my books.
He's a better man than I.
Then that is perfect. Well, I'm gonna collect your dishes and get these all washed up. Thank you for stopping in, and Nell, whenever you're ready, we'll get to training.
Oh God. Okay. Sure. Are you guys good to do other stuff?
We also don't have to start right away if you want to spend some time with your folks here.
Let me drop them off at Dalen's really quick, and I think they'll enjoy that. And then I'll actually meet me there in like an hour, and then we can start.
All right, that sounds good. And the family begins to clean up after breakfast. So, what are you all doing?
Come with me, and I'll show you the library.
Great. As we're walking as well, I do want to talk to Nell also and just be like,
did you speak with your father about Reynard last night?
Kind of. He told me a little bit. I think part of this training might be learning a bit more about that, but they were friends in the Wilder.
Your friends?
best friends, apparently. And when...
Does that not strike you as something odd?
Well, it's the Wilder. Isn't it always a little bit odd?
There aren't that many millennia-old creatures. You just befriend in the Wilder.
That is a good point. I'll ask him about that. I think there's a lot to explain as well. When
I would love to know any stories he has, if he knows anything about the histories that Reynard has gone through. I didn't want to just question your father over breakfast, but I would love to hear anything.
Okay. I mean, you're welcome to. He never really talked about the Wilder much. He didn't leave on a good foot with his parents, and I guess with Reynard as well. But I think he might be a little bit more open to talking about it now.
It sounds like we'll be here a while, so on your time.
Well, here is the Hall of Records.
So you've all come down from the plateau and have kind of arced around the circle that is this village. And as Nell introduces this building, it is quite different from a lot of the other architecture in this village. Whereas many of these other buildings are like quite simple stone and wood, like thatched huts. Like this is the only 2-story building in this village. And it is circular in shape, almost mimicking the circular nature of the village itself. And it's likely also the building that has the most windows, the most natural light pouring in, and feels quite warm. Now, it certainly is warm to you.
I'll barge in, as I've been doing like for years now, and just like fully disrupt the peace.
And
Dalen!
This building is like, it's not terribly tall as far as like other buildings you guys have seen, but it has height in comparison to this village, and it just circles up to a second floor. But then also on this main floor in front of you, there are shelves of books and kind of an open area in the center. And now off in the stack somewhere on the second level, you hear, "Hi, what? Nell, is that you?"
I'm here. I'm back.
"Well, it's only been a day."
For you.
"Well, that's right, right, of course. And the voice comes closer and begins stepping down the steps, and this elven man with like white hair with like spots of brown, and it's kind of like ruffled up a bit, but the hair also comes down over the shoulders, down the back, and he wears these like circular spectacles. Like, this is the closest an owl would become to being an elf. Like, and he's like, "Oh, and I see you've brought some of the people you've brought into the village. Well, welcome to the Hall of Records."
I thought you guys might like to see this. I spent a lot of time here. But Dalen, I really want you to meet my friend Azariah. They are a druid, and their home was actually here first, several hundred years ago. And I thought they might want to tell you a story.
"Well, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you." And they take you by the hands.
Lovely to meet you too.
Well, whenabouts did you live here?
Like 280 years before the desolation. So I was almost 300 before I left.
That is so much time. Okay, well, hasn't. I'm sure Nell bringing you here notified you of an ulterior motive.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Excellent. So I don't have to explain too much. But I have a lot of questions, and I would love to hear the stories of a plethora of experience. That's
I
marvelous.
would gladly answer any questions and share some stories.
And he's still holding onto your hand. He's like, well, come. We'll find you a comfortable seat and we'll discuss. I apologize for my forwardness, but I am very excited to hear what you have to say.
I'm excited to talk about it.
Nell dead sprints up the stairs to his office and gathers like all the materials that she normally would get when they do one of these interviews, and like runs back down, like ready to transcribe as he asks the questions.
Nell, you look like you haven't done this in months.
I haven't. I mean, I guess in a way I've been trying to do something similar when we talk to people, but out in the wild, people don't love it when you're writing in a book when you're talking to them, apparently. So.
That's why the library is a good place.
Yeah, the best place.
Also, congratulations on your graduation.
Thank you. I might be doing something different. And then that'll be a story I get to tell you. Oh, I haven't told one.
Taking an alternate path in your education sounds great.
Yeah. Ooh. I would tell a story. Imagine that.
I can, actually. Well, I mean, you have company here. Are you just gonna scribe for me with...
Oh, no, I actually have
what is
probably
your plan?
not. Sorry.
That's okay.
I got caught up in the habit of it.
Yeah, you can scribe. It's fine.
That's okay. I'd like to hear the story too.
Okay.
All right. Well, very well. Ready your pen, and I will ready the questions. State your name.
Azariah Sophronis.
And what stories would you like to tell this man?
Oh boy. I wish I had known this was gonna be a thing before this.
We can add this later on when you've had some time to actually think about it. In any case,
yeah, I think this would be like a good give me some time to think. But I think overall, I talk about growing up within a druid society here and how everything, my mother's tree really provided everything in this area, very similar to how now where she was provides this life essence for what is here now, in a very similar way. I think the tree provided food and shade and protection, and the magic from that caused things here to just trees would regrow fast and stuff. So we were able to, make humble kind of houses within trees or from the trees around us. I talk a big thing about how while within our society, almost all of us vegetarians, but it's not that we don't kill things and stuff. It's just respecting the natural order of things. So there's actually a big thing about killing monsters, and that's a big part is monsters aren't natural to the world, and it's not including things that humans would call monsters. A dragon very much should exist, that's part of nature, but it's the weirder creatures. And I talk about story that I heard of a creature who had this massive maw and weird eyes everywhere that was told to scare kids. That is a monster. People I think now have kind of attributed it to pests or monsters. No, at the end of the day, a bullet is just trying to live its life. It doesn't realize that you have your own life to live, and when it eats you, that's just the way things go. And that's why, our gods will bring us back into this world and recycle our souls over and over through multiple lives, because sometimes you're in one lifetime you are that bullet who might be eating you, and in the next one you're the adventurer fighting it off, and Yeah.
I think you just gave a lot of lore drop that we actually haven't had in this campaign yet. So this is like an excellent opportunity.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I realized like I never actually talked about a lot of the druid stuff. Yeah, and the hope is that like throughout our life cycles, we'll eventually be like reborn as a star, and the stars are the things in the night that protect the world from the things that are out there to get us. Which, as adventuring with my friends, has kind of taught me that, I think things that growing up here and most of us had heard, we always took as a level of like, it's just a story that was existed to, explain things that we didn't understand, but there's a lot of truth to it. And yeah, I think my story talking about the past now shifts towards like current day stuff. Adventuring with my companions, we've learned that there is a danger out there, that there is something beyond the stars coming to get us. And I hope one day to become a star out there and protect this world and finish my life cycle.
Partway, like it seems like there was a lot of information that got divulged, and it's roughly around this point, and I'm sure Azariah could talk more and more, but now your father shows up and he's like, right now you're ready to get going.
Oh my god, just blacked out for a little bit just writing. That was so beautiful, Rhea.
Thank you.
This is really exciting because it's like Dalen is like you, like you're like, because you're like my, like I'm like your, like
yeah, right? I was gonna say this makes sense. Like,
yeah,
you're so good at taking notes.
Yes.
Don't even compare me to them. I bow to you.
No, I'm just to you, and like I'm very impressed that like were all of these stories written since you got here, or did you travel with books?
No. For the most part, these stories are of the folks of this place, and it's absolutely fitting that you join that. And you may have noticed the wood poles coming into the town as well. The new people who join the community, they get the opportunity to add to those poles because they're carved with stories, and that is their way of stories makes the community beautiful, and it's important.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm so happy to have the approval. Well, you are welcome here anytime. Thank you for sharing all that.
Thank you for listening.
Well, now it sounds like you've got somewhere to be, so sorry, Air.
Sorry, Dad. Got caught up in stories again. But
I can't be mad at that. But we should get to work. All
right, friends. Wait, are you guys good to go and just be on your own and hang out and?
We'll be
Don't
fine
worry
now.
about us.
Okay.
This place reminds me of home, so I think I'll be okay.
Okay. Bye.
Look.
What?
Good
Good
luck.
luck.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So, now, the training that you're going to be doing over this 10-day with your father is the Oath of the Wilder. He's going to be, each one of these days, He's going to be teaching you a lesson, something either like a philosophy, a mentality. Some of it might be physical training, and some of it will actually revolve around your use of magic and kind of helping you to understand how yours is different, and also to kind of rein in the way you've been using it. Because it's not... the kind of tapping into it in excess kind of allows it to overcome you and like overthrow in a way. So the first day, the two of you talk about confidence and honesty, and how that's not only is confidence, just great in general for most people to interact with other people, but to have confidence in yourself. That's what confidence is. It is the ability to pick yourself up when you don't necessarily want to. But the honesty comes in when you have to acknowledge that something is bothering you, or that something is making you want to not. To just not, essentially. And once you are honest with yourself about what is limiting you, can you then develop the confidence to actually get yourself over it? That's what you focus on the first day. The second day, and this is going to be a bit of a montage, and we can kind of, we'll take a moment to like ask what the rest of the party's been doing, or where you go, or whatever. The second day is being prepared for anything. It is, and not only must you be prepared for anything, because the world is unpredictable, you are part of the world. You should be unpredictable. It is some people, do stick to the rules, like Farron, whom you've recently met. But if you've got a touch of the wilder, that is unpredictable at your core. And that is the type of magic that you hold. So you be ready for anything, and also tell the world to be prepared for anything. The third day, you and your father go over the honesty of life. And what that honesty is something a bit more grim. Is that life is fleeting. Life isn't forever. And with the amount of time that you have, if you're not honest with yourself, that is wasted time. And in the end, that's all people have is time. So, be honest with yourself in the time that you have, and learn to accept yourself. Party, the rest of the party. 3 days has passed. What have you been up to? Have you decided which day you'd like to head out, or if you're going to head out?
I think Gideon would approach Drac and be like, what day do you feel comfortable heading to Timberstead, and how long will it take you to get that thing ready, you said?
Not long for the spell. It's just a matter of having it prepared in my repertoire for the day. But how long does it take to get to the town?
Good question.
It'll likely take you about a day to get down to Timberstead.
A day, and then
Day in, day
probably
out.
stay that day there.
Yeah.
Or at least the night. And I don't know how tired we will be when we get there. Hopefully we don't run into anything on the way, but...
Yeah, maybe we should take Abe with us too.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yes.
are we not good enough? Are we
Yeah,
not
no,
gonna?
wounded.
Are we not gonna protect you? What?
And the reason I say that is because it'd be good to have two people who can communicate across vast distances.
In
separately.
different places.
I see what you're saying.
That's fair.
And I think it'd be best to... Obviously, Nell is busy. Azariah should be with their family. And I think Elowin should be there for moral support, and so that she's not alone.
And for
I
the
wouldn't be
missus.
alone with you either. It's fine. I'll stay here. You don't want me. I get it.
No, the real thing is, Elowin, do you have the ability to put one of their names in your book, or is your book
You know
full?
what? I feel stronger now, and I sure can put another name in that book.
All right.
Maybe then
put
it makes
whoever
sense
you want in there.
to keep
Okay.
you here so we know what's going on there.
That way, if something goes wrong here, you can tell us. And if something goes wrong there, I can tell you.
Yes, makes sense.
It has nothing to do with the fact that I don't
No,
want
it's
you to
fine,
come
Jack.
with us.
Don't try to explain yourself. I
don't-
understand.
Didn't these three have some outing together before? They were like team boys or something.
No, I
Oh,
get
that-
it. I get
Just
it.
seems like that.
It is nothing to
They've
do
been
with
having
It's-
little boys meetings
This
every night in
is-
the house. I hear them from my room. I'm never invited.
This is nothing like this is going to be far less disastrous
Not
than that
fun.
first outing.
It's
okay?
not going to be fun. We're going to
Write your
interrogate
stupid
his
name down
friend.
and leave.
It's actually, you know what, Ella, they have a point. That last boys' night.
I
did
know
go
they have a point.
Disastrously.
Yeah, it wasn't fun last time. I'm assuming this time won't be fun either, but it'll be at least hopefully.
As
Good
long
outcome.
As long as you remember to apologize immediately this time.
I have no plans of pissing anyone off.
Well, we'll see what happens when we get there. But
Wait,
Yeah.
Gideon, do you usually plan when you piss people off?
On occasion.
all right. Anyways, I will write my
Only
name
if they really deserve it.
in Elowin's book. For the second time ever, Drac writes his name.
Nice. Great.
He's in common.
You're
He's
getting
never
really
written
good
his
at
name.
that.
Yeah, thank you. It was really useful that you all helped me the first time with that contract thing. It was very strange. We don't do that back home. Anyways, before we go, Elwin, I would like a word with you in private, if that's okay.
Of course.
All right. Before then, I assume we would leave maybe after the third day. I would like to send a message to my mom to let her know of the delay getting home.
All right.
So I would just say, hello, Mother. We are nearby, but we must wait a 10-day before we climb the mountains. I will let you know when we are on the way.
I am very excited for you to return. Stay safe. I am looking forward to seeing you, my son.
Right. Every time you do that voice, Teni, I'm just like, oh, God, why? Ocean. But yeah, that's it from me until we are about to leave.
Excellent. So you guys are gonna leave on the third day then?
Make sense?
It.
All right. So that third day happens. You guys get your plans in order, and Abe, Drac, and Gideon make their way out towards Timberstead. You guys will get there by the end of the third day. And where did I put the nope? Ah, yes. The inn they have set up there is named the Poor Raven's Pub.
Cool. Sorry, before we headed out, I did want to talk to Elwin first.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
All good. So I'll pull her aside. Elwin, I just wanted to say, I spoke with Azariah and Gideon the other night, but I mentioned to them that everyone in this party inspires me, but I wanted you to hear it from my voice to you. You are an inspiration, and I think everyone needs to hear that at least once in their life. You've seen so much hardship, and still somehow you allow yourself moments of joy. And I can see when things are hard and you keep them in. And I just want you to know that I'm here for you. We are all here for you. It's good to let emotion out, even when it feels like it's wrong.
Okay, thank you, Drac.
She just does not know what to do with that.
I'd like to share with you the pack name that I've kind of come up with for you. And I will gesture to the bracelet. Back home, we all have names for each other when we are in a pack. It's something that describes who we are to the other persons around us, and it's concrete, it's esoteric, it has many meanings. But my name for you is Vaithsepa, which means steel soul. You are strong, you are resolute, but you allow yourself to shine through from time to time. So, just hold on to that. I hope it brings you some warmth, as you've brought all of us warmth.
I don't know what I would do without you, Drac.
Likewise, my friend. All right.
Be safe.
Yes, I'll see you in a few days.
And now I've got the emotions.
I'm gonna get you all.
So the three of you, Abe, Dragon Giddy, you head out, and you find the inn in Timberstead, which is quite the industrious little town. It's like got mines near the hills of the Rinzar Peaks, and closer to the Galtane River to the west, there are sawmills that line the river, and also there is a small river that cuts through Timberstead itself, going to the Galtane River. This is a lot of forestry and mining, and even a few like wheat mills here as well. Like, for a small town, it seems to have given itself quite a good amount of infrastructure. You set up at the Poor Ravens pub, which is going to be 6 silver pieces for the night. But no sign of Monty. Not yet, anyway. Going back to Nell. The 4th day, you and your father, you cover a bit more about the Wilder itself. It is a realm of season and emotion, and you find out how you connect into that kind of philosophy, like what state brings you comfort, what agitates you. Connecting with your emotions and understanding them is going to be key to being able to control some of this magic that stems from within you. Day 5 gets a bit sadder. Azariah, your father seems to be beginning a quick decline. Some of his words seem a little less connected to his immediate reality. And your sister in particular has been spending a lot more time at his bedside.
Yeah, I think during this whole week, I think if I'm not with the party and stuff, I've been spending a lot of time with him and my sister.
Often he'll repeat that phrase, "I wish to sit in the shade," once more. And do you know what preference he would have had for his final state?
In terms of his burial?
Burial, cremation.
I think buried. I think there's a whole process around burying someone that you do to kind of ensure that they, that their soul isn't taken and they become a monster and stuff. So I think me and my sister would kind of be preparing for that.
Do you know whereabouts you might perform that ceremony?
I mean, I think ideally we'd bury him beside the pond, but since there's a whole village here, I think we'll like prepare something, like we'll go maybe more north into the forest, closer to where like the Druid Grove was.
Is there a particular like kind of scenery you'd be looking for? Maybe like a place with a certain type of plant, or maybe like a clearing specific?
I think we want to find a point where it's like the edge, the tree line between like the forest and a clearing, and bury him under the tree.
All right. So, yeah, there might be some like shift taking between your siblings as some of you watch your father and some of you go out to scout such a location. But eventually you do find a spot that would very well be suitable. Also, Drac, Gideon, Abe, Monty doesn't show up.
I think as soon as we got into town, I would have sent a message to him, just saying, like, we have arrived in Timberstead. How far out are you?
Sending that message. What you guys receive on your end as Monty's voice comes through. Listen, guy, I don't think I'm gonna be able to meet yous out there. They're not letting people in and out. If you can get Gideon here for me, I'd appreciate it.
Gideon, they're not letting people leave. Monty wants you to go there.
He does. Yeah.
I'm sorry, friend.
Who the hell there isn't in this damn thing?
I wouldn't give up on Monty just yet. But I think for now, maybe I'll just tell him to stay put, stay safe. And
Tell him to stay out of it. Whatever's going on. Hide if he's got to.
put my hand on Gideon's shoulder. We will come back for him, I promise. Alright, I'll send another message and just say, I'm sorry to hear that, Monty. We won't be able to make it there, but stay put, stay safe, and stay out of whatever is happening there. Hide if you must. Gideon sends his love.
Damn it. Alright. I'll do my best. Good luck, guy. Maybe it'd be best to not come at all.
I'll relay that verbatim.
Get him out of there at some point. If he's not involved. But how do we even tell, Drac? There's no... I'm gonna kill Drac.
Let's just live long enough to get the chance.
So that would likely be the night you guys stay at the inn. Probably head out the next day. Right. So, Nell, on the 4th day, you guys covered the Wilder, and that would also be the day that Drac, Abe, and Gideon are beginning their return. On the 5th day, the lesson that you cover is don't apologize for being you. Let go of regrets and just continue to grow. It doesn't matter what it is that people are going to be upset. Sure. People are going to try and limit you. Yeah, it happens. Being in as part of a society, there's, certain things that we have to be conscious of other people and, be sensitive to. But don't change yourself to just accommodate that. It is... The world has plenty of space, and there's space for you. At the end of that day, Drac, Abe, and Gideon returned back. And those of you who are around, you'll notice that Gideon's got a bit of a sourness to him.
What happened?
I shouldn't have said anything before I left. Me and my big mouth. I'm not letting him out. I'm not letting anybody leave.
Or enter.
All learned circle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, send a sending to them.
Yeah, let Hillip know.
I'll pull out the stone. Update on Balesville. They're forming a rebellion. Won't let people in or out. They're recruiting from all the small towns.
Philip here. The exchange of power might be happening soon. Good to know. The trainway might be opening sooner than planned. With me on board.
I'll relay that to the party. I think Hillip will be heading down there soon.
Kill him.
What did you say?
They're gonna kill him.
That's my thoughts too.
That'll be a hell of a bloodbath either way. I hate to suggest this, but maybe we should be there.
I was going to say, I think once we finish here, we head to Balesville. We haven't seen stars go out. We still have time.
You're right. Drac says as he wistfully looks out a window towards the mountains.
I'm sorry everyone else got a family reunion.
It's okay.
We're so close.
It will be soon. Gideon deserves his. Pat him on the shoulder.
Yeah, 'cause it went so well last time.
Well, you didn't see Monty,
No,
so it's not a full reunion.
no.
I'll send Hillip a message in the morning. I'll say that. I'll ask, what he thinks is best. Maybe having us there will cause too much tension or something, but offer our services at least to be there.
In fact, you got any more messages to spare?
I do, because we rested last night.
Or we just send him one now?
Yeah.
I could. I have met the man. Right. I'll let Azariah word it, but I will send a message to Hillip asking what he thinks of us attending with him to Balesville.
We could head down there, meet with you, be able to provide support. We'll do what you think is best. Can head out in 5 days.
Just 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We're there immediately.
Yeah. 5 seconds tops. The message going through. I reckon I should be all right. I've got Arturian Guard with me, which I even then am hesitant to stir up suspicion. Ask me in another couple days.
I'll relay that.
Maybe we ask when we leave from here, and at that
Sure.
point, if he still doesn't need us, we just continue on as we had planned.
I'm not sure if it's a question of whether he thinks he needs us. It's more of a question of whether he does actually need us.
Yeah.
I think it's a tight rope that he's walking right now. Go in with nothing. I don't think they're willing to play ball. I think he's a dead man. Go in with too much. It's aggression. It's the ascendancy waving their power around.
Maybe, but we have only just recently been given this title, and I do not think it's widely known who we are outside of major political structures.
Yeah. But Kardrak knows who we are.
Sure. We'll see what he says.
Yeah.
And that about brings you to end of day 5, unless there's anything else anybody specifically wanted to do. Day 6. Now, the lesson that you're going over this day is accepting the magic of the Wilder, but to not let it wash you away. It is important to learn how to corral it. And this will mean that part of your training will be to let go of the cantrips you've learned. That easily accessible magic is just like leaving a faucet on. Eventually, over time, that bill's going to be skyrocketing, even though it was such little magic over and over. So, cutting the cantrips will help your control. Azariah. At this point, your father is fallen into somewhat of a coma. He's not very responsive. Your sister has just been at his bedside, not leaving for breaks, not leaving for sleep. Even Yelfarin's been in the room, but just kind of distanced himself to like one corner, just observing.
I think I'm like making sure my sister like eats and like bringing her tea and, you know, bringing like anything I can to like just make the bed and everything like just comfortable for my father. Offering Yelfarin tea and everything too, but I figure he's taking a bit more care of himself.
Yeah, he normally he would like at least like, you know, acknowledge like your help, but even now he's kind of just wordlessly, even for you, just slight nods of thanks as you help. And
Yep.
Lorelith just has such difficult time bringing herself to just not drown in despair. Much like your mother, she is a being of heavily invested in her emotions. She feels everything so vividly. But a lot of you knew that this was coming for some time, and it was never going to be easy, especially after already losing your mother. She does eventually eat some stuff, but she is very sad. On the 7th day, the lesson Nell goes over, the first thoughts are meant to be the first. Don't overthink. Just do. If an instinct comes to you, do it. That is the unpredictability that you've got to practice. And if there are consequences to those, you deal with it then. But it's all about how you respond. The eighth day. Access your emotions. Share your feelings. And allow yourself to feel. You are not invalidated for having emotions that some people may deem weak. We all experience a certain spectrum of emotion. And to deny that is part of the dishonesty that this oath fights against. So, not that you have to wear your heart on your sleeve, but don't be afraid of your own emotions. And a lesson for Azariah and their siblings as well, as your father passes away in the night, surrounded by his children.
I just put an arm around my sister to comfort her. I think the last 3 days have been just silence, none of us have talked or anything.
And she just drowns her face into your clothing and sobs.
I just told her. I think also tearing up.
Even a tear falls down Ylfarin's face, but it's not long until he gets to the business of beginning to figure out how you will transport your father to the resting place that you have chosen for him.
Wonder if they have anything in town for when someone here passes away to transport the bodies that we could take. Yeah, of course. There's stretcher things should you require them. You get yourselves the appropriate tools needed. Are you inviting anybody? No, I think we'll just keep this within our family. No one here knew him.
So, you and your siblings make your way out into the forest with your father on the stretcher and a blanket over him. And eventually you come to that tree, and Ylfarin begins to dig the hole. Begins to dig the grave.
Hand.
And eventually, after some time, the grave is dug. Are there any words you'd like to say for your father?
He was the brightest of minds. He was the keeper of our druid circle. He recorded our histories. He led us, especially in the times of like the desolation and leaving. And he looked out for all of us. I thank him for teaching me the wonders of this world, for giving me this love of magic and this burning curiosity. I wish I had tried to be more in touch in the last 50 years. But can't live with regrets. And I'll try and keep that curiosity that he gave me burning, and pass it on to others the way he passed it on to me.
Loreleth speaks of the time she'd spent with him during his declining health. She never thought of him as a weight that held her down. She was very aware of the deep sadness that he'd felt when he had to make the choice to leave your mother behind. And she just empathized with that pang of sadness that lived within him from that day on so much. She promises to your father to, again, not because she felt like she was weighed down, but she will propel herself into seeing more of the world, into being exciting, and to find the love out there. Ylfarin speaks in similar regard to you as well. He apologizes for his absence and for being so very different from his other siblings. He acknowledges his own cold nature, and but he adds that he knows Nell wouldn't want the three of you, to dwell on this grief. That you've always been taught that this was the nature of things. That life comes to an end and then begins again. Either that, or you end up among the stars. But wherever he is, he will be fine. And he will be watching. And he asks you for help lowering his body into the grave.
I instantly offer a hand and help to bury him.
Lowering the body in and putting the dirt back on top. Loreleth adds, I hope this shade beneath this tree will do.
Just put an arm around her.
Do you leave anything to mark the grave?
I just think what I leave is from his book, I cut out the first page that he had wrote. And I like leave that, like I like pin it to the tree to mark this area.
And he will live on through that book. Despite the 50 years that you had not reached out to your family, he'd always been with you. And you can take that comfort with you.
It's like hold the book, big tome close to my chest.
And so, laid to rest is Urindale Azalea. Now, on the 9th day, you and your father go over challenges, obstacles. They're meant to be met, face on. And having challenges and obstacles present themselves to you is a way to learn more about yourself. So do not shy away when adversity rears its head. It doesn't always have to be met with a hammer. Sometimes word will do. Sometimes song will do. And sometimes love will do. And on the 10th day, the final lesson, and your father invites your friends out and asks you, Nell, do you have a place you'd like to hold your ceremony?
I do. I haven't brought anyone there before. And I think it's only right that it happens there. And I'll lead everyone to my glade.
I assume you invite your family as well?
Yeah, probably just like immediate family, like, and my grandparents and stuff, but...
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we're not going to invite the whole 25 NPC tree you've invented.
What?
So, this is your graduation through this oath, your final ceremony, and also your final lesson. Be thankful for the obstacles, the unpredictability, for everything that makes life interesting. People, nature, magic, love, and even shadows. And your father asks of you now, do you swear not to shield your emotions, to allow your weaknesses to be worn on your face, thus welcoming those who you may learn from?
I swear.
Do you swear to trust your instincts, your impulse, not to let others sway you without good reason?
I swear.
Do you swear to meet challenge, to grow through the tough trials?
I swear.
And lastly, do you swear to love unending, especially yourself?
I do.
Then Nell, you swear an oath of the Wilder to constantly be driving to discover who you truly are, and that your truest self will bring you the utmost happiness and shine the brightest. And give me a moment as I throw this up in the corner here. Congratulations, Nell. You are now a level 9 Paladin, Oath of the Wilder. No longer a sorcerer. And your father pulls this sword out of a sheath he had on his back and hands it to you. It is a beautiful blade. Elven in style, and the blade itself has this like a light rainbow sheen. This is known as a memory gloss blade. Nell, what is one of your favorite smells?
It's kind of like a combination. It's attached to a really specific memory, or not that specific, but like just a moment of comfort that I've had many times, sitting in my reading nook at the Hall of Records, fresh ink on my fingers as I sketch in my journal. I have hot cider next to me, and through the open window, a breeze of crisp autumn leaves.
And that is the scent that comes from this sword. And your family all comes up, gives you hugs, congratulates you. And your mom comes up and gives you the biggest hug. And when you look up at her, it's a woman you don't recognize. She's got high cheekbones, Goliath still, but instead of the braids your mother had, the sides are shaved, and it's like a low mohawk that runs down the head and a ponytail in the back. The same amber eyes as the rest of the family. And she looks down at you beaming and proud. And the image of Fyra fades away, and you are staring in your mother's face. And that's where we're going to end tonight's episode.
Holy.
Oh my god, I'm so emotional right now.
Yeah, I don't think you can just change the music like that.
Oh, I could try.
So we're like, let's end the episode, wrap up. Oh, I'm just crying.
God.
My heart is heavy.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, I'm sorry, Trouble Tribble. I missed you in the chat there. I was so enraptured in so much roleplay. Whew. Good God. Well, thank you everybody for joining us here this evening. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, be sure to head on over to our YouTube channel to check out all of the previous episodes. Follow us on social media to keep up with schedules and whatnot. Oh my God, I am just so heavy. Does anybody want to say anything? How are you all doing? Are you okay?
That was so good.
It was really
good.
good.
So good.
Very good session.
Oh.
Giving each of you a really big hug, just so you know.
Yeah. Likewise.
Mind hug.
Oh, grief. All right. Well, I suppose I should try and find somebody to raid. And maybe this time I'll remember to, Nope, nobody to raid at the moment. Damn it. Well, okay. We're going to call it a night here. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And until next time, may you always play nicely. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.